Okie dokie. Good morning, good morning, good morning. What time is it? Hey, this is Tony Ross, and welcome to the 2D Animation Virtual Summit. This is day 2, and about to get underway here. A couple of things going on. We did finally get some resemblance of a schedule up, and I figured out what the issue was. Um, Rob, what's up, dude? Barry, good morning. So we figured out what the issue is. I have been so very blessed. This is our second year running this, and so very blessed with an overabundance, a plethora of panelists that it's like, huh. It's like I was trying to figure out why I was messing up on my scheduling, and it was we have far more than enough. So I'll be writing out the schedule. I think on the rest of the week it'll be kind of going a little bit further than 4 o'clock, so it'll be like 10 to 4. And again, if you're just joining us, this is absolutely free, and it's not limited to just this week. The playlist will be on YouTube. It'll probably start this week. It'll be edited, and the main things we'll be editing out is like where there's long breaks. And actually, what I want to do, there'll probably be 2 playlists. If you want to listen to me ramble on in between the darn interviews, cool. That'll be one playlist. The other playlist is just the straight, uninterrupted, just interviews, just the way they are. So anyway, both of those will be free. If you haven't already, check out. Let me see if I got this listed on here. Well, one, I did actually put up a schedule, some sort of a schedule that's telling you what's happening today and tomorrow. Also tells you the names of the individuals that are going to be on Thursday and Friday. We haven't put up the times yet; those will come shortly. Um, what I did want to share with you, if you haven't already, sign up for the summit. We are actually doing giveaways. One of our sponsors, my beloved Toon Boom, is actually we're giving away a what's the word I'm looking for? We are giving away daily. We're giving away an annual license to Toon Boom Harmony Premium and an annual license to Storyboard Pro. Those are 2 separate drawings every day, and we'll be doing that toward the end. So I'll be pulling names from the people who have signed up on the email list. Last but not least, what you're looking at is one of the pieces from the 21-day boot camp that I'm working on. The 21-day boot camp will be coming out next week for Toon Boom Harmony. Um, yeah, words. So we'll have a sign up list or a pre order list up later today. If you would like to pre order this, it's going to be just $21 this week. After that, it'll be 47. So, meanwhile, let's get to it. I think words. So, first up today, we have Cat Stockton showing some of her background work, and we're talking and everything like that. The interesting thing, I think, and it's kind of funny. So I have uh, out of my panelists, I have 3 people named Cat, all spelled the same way, and I think they all know each other. It's interesting. So if there's going to be a competition for that, that'd be kind of cool. So I was trying to separate them and not have them all in the same day, but I do have 2 cats in one day. Cat Stockton's going to be up first. Then Joanna Davidovich is going to be coming up second. Kat Hudson's going to be playing a little bit after that. And later this afternoon, I believe I have him set, I want to say 12ish. Steven Silver. Um, and we're going to end out the day a little early today with Tanico, and I keep messing up his last name, and I don't want to actually say it wrong now. Anyway, so it's like we have a really good day started, so I'm going to go ahead and jump in here real quick. Let's turn this off. La 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 la. Where? Cats Unite. That's hilarious. I'll have to. I'm sure one of them is going to end up doing something with that. All right, hold on. Okie dokie. So without any further ado, let me dive in here. And bring up. Okie dokie, that looks odd. Just running into a little technical difficulty. Let me double check something. Also, I am letting you guys know all of our voiceover artists. We actually got to do a voiceover section this year. All of those will be happening. What's the word I'm looking for? Those are coming up on tomorrow. So let's see. Why does that look weird? Okay. All right, got that cleared up. Let's jump back over here and get going. All right, so first up is Cat Stockton. Hey, this is Tony Ross with the 2D Animation Virtual Summit, and I had the pleasure today of talking with a fellow ACA, Atlanta College of Art alum, Miss Cat Stockton. Say hi.
Hi.
So, my quick thing to you is quick, tell us about yourself and why the heck do you think I've invited you to this summit?
I am a local Atlanta artist. I work in animation as a background designer and painter. I think you have brought me into the summit to share my insight on the industry and what it's like to work in it.
Coolness. And you get a sticker, you're right.
Yay.
Um, what I want to
Great.
do is I want to throw a couple of questions your direction, and at some point, I'm probably going to ask you to pull up some of the work that you're allowed to show, since you actually work with different places. Um, I have a question for you, mainly because I know I got to see this a lot as an instructor, and I'm sure you're seeing it in the industry sometimes. When people are preparing their portfolio, they're trying to show it off. What is the worst offense to have in your portfolio that you see that happens more often than not?
So I think showing too much um, can really dilute your portfolio. Like you should really try to narrow it down and show the best because people have a very short attention span. So you want to basically show them what you're capable of as quick as possible. I also think that it's important to show a variety of styles because I'm more likely to hire someone who can adapt to new styles and isn't stuck in one illustration style.
Coolness. Uh, do you think that the field of animation is, or character art, or even background art, do you think it's completely oversaturated with no signs of letting up, or do you feel that competition is a good thing?
I definitely think competition is a good thing because it pushes us all to be better. If there was no competition, you wouldn't see these new styles and really adventurous and risk taking things that people are showing in animation. We would just have the same old, same old. Do I think it's oversaturated? A little bit, but I don't really think that's a bad thing. The more artists we have in the world, the better world we have, the more beauty we have. So it actually makes me really excited to see so many people interested in the field.
Coolness. And by the way, I'm staring at the background there. I really like. I've seen a lot of your work, but I like the that purple little mushroom cloud there. It's
Thank you, Tony.
it's like that is really cool. Um, so back a little bit weird a background story. The first time I think I saw your art was in the hallway next to the there was these downstairs computer labs. They were called the dungeon, and there was a
Hmm.
bulletin board there right next before you went through the door, and that was where the students started doing these little competitions. They would pin up their own things. Like teachers officially had places to post artwork, but that place I think the students kind of grabbed as their own, and it was like these challenges that were constantly happening, and I was just like, I remember talking to Chad Thomas, I believe, and I saw your work. I was like, wait, whose work is that? And I was like, so it really stood out, and it's cool to see. I think a lot of people from ACA, some of them have stuck in with art, some of them have moved on to other things, but I am really glad you've actually stuck with it because you have always had like a mass amount of talent. So I wanted to tell you that.
Oh, thank you. I
So
remember that bulletin board.
yeah,
I
it was
was,
cool.
yeah. Yeah, it was fun. I wasn't actually in the animation program. I was in illustration,
I
but
know,
all the
yes.
animators were like drawing cool characters and things like that. And I was like, oh, I love this. I'm
Yeah,
gonna,
because it was again, it was kind of one of those things of like this. I'm looking at it because I think I stayed at ACA so long. I was a student, then worked as like assistant, then I became a professor. So I have to keep remembering. Wait a minute, where do I know her from? Okay, so like when I even reached out to chat about it, I was like, it's like this isn't one of the dungeon dwellers. Who is this? It's like that's somebody totally different. So
mhm.
yeah. Um, Speaking of, do you want to go ahead and pull up your screen and show off some of the things you're working on?
um, let's
At
see,
the
1 second.
mhm.
Do you want to see finished work or um,
If you can draw and talk at the same time, cool. Otherwise, you can do finish work.
I'll draw and talk at the same time?
Coolness. Not everyone can do that, so I like to give that option.
All right. So this is just a sketch that I started, um, and I'm just gonna paint it up. It's a little lighthouse on the ocean.
Sweet. So my question is, when you start working on that, are you doing even the rough sketch? Is that all on one layer, or are you doing layers here?
So I'll start with the sketch and kind of build it up and erase away where I want. And it's super loose. Just kind of get the composition out there, set the horizon line. If it's something that requires perspective, I use this tool called Penman Perspective,
Mm-hmm.
and you just kind of set up these two. Oh wait, your video's in the way.
Oh, hold on.
Um, these two perspective lines, how you want them, and you run the script, and it'll create perspective for you, whether it's 2-point perspective, 1-point perspective. Just saves a lot of time.
Oh wow.
So I use that a lot in the industry when I'm creating backgrounds. But I decided to do something a little simpler, more organic this time.
One of these days, I'm gonna have to pull you up and do a quick demo of what Harmony's perspective tools do. And like
Oh yeah.
I just finished doing that. Like, there's like, oh, what perspective grid do you want to work with? Do you want the 1 point, 2 point, 3 point? Do you want bird's eye? Do you want worm's eye? Do you want a fish eye? And it's like, oh, their guides are incredible.
Yeah, it's such a cool program. I've only had that one small training that I did a while ago, but it's just absolutely amazing what Harmony can do.
Now,
And that, huh?
are you working with a Wacom or stylus or Cintiq? What are you working with?
I'm working on a 24-inch Cintiq, and I saved up very long for it, and it's the best thing I've ever bought. I get so much use out of it. It hasn't gone bad at all.
Because I was curious, because some people are, that was always the argument, like, what size do you want to use? It's like, okay, well, do you draw more with your arm? Do you draw more with your wrist? Which one?
Well, because I chose this size for a couple reasons. One, because the ergonomics, I can position the screen however I need to,
Mm-hmm.
which helps me sit up straighter. And when I'm at the computer for 12 hours a day, sometimes, like it really started to take a toll on my body. So I wanted something that I could position where I wasn't leaning over or scrunching, where it forced me to sit up straight and treat my body a little bit better.
Coolness.
And I love it. It's been very useful, especially since with COVID, everyone's been working remote. So I was already kind of set up and ready to go.
Yeah, I was joking with Tony Grillo about, said, seeing if I can actually get through the summit without talking about COVID. He goes, well, good luck with that.
Oh, I ruined it. I'm sorry.
No, you're not the first person. It was like, because
Well, it's affecting the industry so much, and I don't really think in a negative way. It was a little bit weird adjusting to work from home, but once I kind of got a routine set up, like it's been great. It's been a breeze.
yeah, it's like it's the weird thing for me is like speaking as a trainer, we did a lot of uh, work. Like sometimes we would teach live, sometimes we would teach online. So we just had to do a tiny shift and just made everything teaching online. So
How is that going?
it's going okay. It's like I think everything. It took. We were already teaching doing online classes, but I think it just took a little bit for everyone else to get used to the idea of like, oh wait, I can do this. Like, yeah, you can. It's cool. So, I
Yeah.
have a question for you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead.
What would you say to the statement that backgrounds are an invisible art form? That if you've done your job right, then they're barely noticed. Would you agree with that statement or disagree, and why?
Um, that is kind of a hard question. Like I do agree with it because when I do believe in any time you're telling a story, the story should be paramount. You don't want anything to distract from the story, the action that's going on, the characters, their dialogue, things like that. So I do think that background should not distract from that. But then there are some shows where the backgrounds are just gorgeous and they add to the show, like Steven's Universe, for example. Like they're really unique, they're gorgeous, they're a little flashy, but they don't distract from what's going on. Or Rick and Morty too is another one where the backgrounds are absolutely gorgeous, but they add to what's going on to the story. But I guess I'm kind of agree with both sides of that. Like I'm like, sometimes it's fun to paint pretty backgrounds, but then sometimes you gotta take a back seat. Like you're there to support everything else that's going on.
Coolness. Now, as an instructor, I know we always talk about this. Uh, I'm noticing you're not naming your layers. Do you ever name
Oh,
your Do you ever
I
name your
do.
layers?
I do. I'm actually like so you saw sketch here. So once I'm just color blocking right now.
Hmm.
And once I kind of get things where I want them to be, I'll start grouping them into things like ground, um, sky. But it is important to name your layers, especially if you're working with a team of people or an animators and things like that, because they need to quickly find out what is what.
Coolness. Are you working at a particular size? Like, is it because I'm guessing things have changed. Like, good grief, from way back in the day, it would have been like what 640 by 480, then 720 by 540, then 1280 by like. What size are you currently working in? Do you go, okay, I'm going to make this new background? What size is it going to be?
So right now I'm doing 3840 by 2160 at 72 dpi. It's just a little bit bigger than the 1920 by 1080.
Okay.
So
because I think is that 2 or 4K that you're wearing? I think.
You mean the screen?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's 4K. These are usually the sizes I work at: 3840, 7680, and 1920 or 1900 by 1080. It just kind of depends on how the background is used and if we need to punch in on it or not. Like for a close-up shot, you don't need to do something really big.
Right. Okay. Now for the non-animators, non-video people, punch in means that's when you're actually closing in or zooming into a particular area or something?
Yes.
Cool.
Like, another way that I check to make sure I'm working at a high resolution is I have this fixed size set up, and I can tell that is as close as I can zoom into a background without losing resolution.
Nice.
So when I'm building backgrounds from storyboards and watching the animatic, I take screen grabs of all the different storyboards and put them into one file. And that's how I know how big the file needs to be. Just kind of testing it out.
Very nice. Now, do you use custom brushes that you're using, or do you have
these right now are Kyle brushes.
Okay.
Which I used to make custom brushes until I discovered Kyle's brushes, which come with Photoshop CC now. Like, it's part of the program, which is great. The secret's out, though. It used to be like, oh, only a few people knew about this. And it was a game changer, too. Once we found out about these, it's just like amazing what you can do. And I set up for different shows that I work on, I'll create certain brush sets, which evolve, and I'll save them out. Like, I've got some down here that I've made for different shows where I mess with the different settings sometimes just to kind of get a certain effect. These concept brushes are really fun. Those are Kyle's, and his gouaches are absolutely fantastic. Sometimes they're a little bit unpredictable, but I don't know, that's kind of where you get like interesting things.
Very cool.
I'm not a very fast painter.
Fast is I think you're what sort of we're talking about. Ali and I were just talking about that almost all animators with their animators background artists, if you ask them, do you think you're fast, everyone comes up with no. So it's like you're faster than me, I'll tell you that. So I got another question for you.
Okay, shoot.
Not even for 25K would I draw or animate blank. What is in that blank, if anything?
Anything that would be really offensive and hurt people. I really don't think that art for animation should be used to belittle or take society down in any way. So I wouldn't want to be a part of a project that makes fun of a group of people or is propagandic. Uh, Probably political stuff I would stay away from. Anything, I don't know, like anything hurtful. I don't want to do that. I want to make beautiful stuff that makes people happy.
Coolness. I love asking that question because it's like I get to figure out, okay, where exactly is my head currently? So I joke about some things. There are a lot of things. There are some things that I'm like, no, I would absolutely not do that. And then there are some other things that I'm going, no, I will do that, but I'm just not going to put my name on it. So it's like,
That's happened too, where I've just been like, I'm not really proud of this. So my name isn't on it, but it wasn't because the work was bad. It was just because the direction took a turn, and it just wasn't the type of work that I want to attract. So I just kind of leave it out. Like, it's not necessarily bad work. It's just not something I want to do. So
cool.
that
Uh,
makes sense.
it does make sense. So I saw, like, we saw like the paintings and things you did, and you're also working here. Would you say that your approach to schedules or working schedules, does that change when you're working on a personal project versus work or a project for a client?
For sure. I never want to fail a client or have a late deadline for a project. So they end up taking a lot of priority. And for personal projects, I give myself a lot looser schedules because no one's really depending on me to finish a painting that I'm doing for fun. So I just try to make time for that, but I don't pressure myself to get personal work done in a certain time frame because then I'll just get anxious and procrastinate. Um, for client work and stuff, I definitely try to make sure that I get everything done when they want and leave time for notes. And I actually write them out a schedule where I'm like, you're going to get thumbnails in this week, and we'll meet about those thumbnails. Then we're going to do tight sketches, and then we'll meet about those tight sketches, and then I'm going to go into paint. And I let them know when they can give feedback as well, so they know when, when they have a say in something and if it's going to be too late. Because by the time you finish something, if they come back and want to totally change it, then it's a whole completely new project. So I like to try to avoid that when I can.
Coolness.
It is hard to paint and talk. I'm like, what am I doing?
No worries.
But it's fun challenge.
All right, I've got my last question for you. So, with respect to staying on task during a project, do you ever struggle with things like depression or anxiety or procrastination? And if so, what helps you work through it?
Definitely. A lot of times what helps me work through it is just giving myself the grace to, sorry, trying to think about this. One, you have to give yourself a little bit of grace because we're all human. We all have anxieties. It's very likely that no one else is going to notice them, and you just got to do your best. Procrastination is really hard, but I found, especially working at home, it really helps that when I find myself starting to fall away from work or lose focus, I can get up and go do something for 20 minutes, and then I come back and I have focus. So in that way, like a little procrastination makes me a little bit more productive in the end. So I'm kind of finding a way to integrate it in my life in a way that it fuels my creativity. I try to shut off social media, things like that, while I'm at work, because those tend to be distracting, but they don't make me feel productive. So if I can funnel my procrastination into something that's productive, I feel a lot less like time was wasted. So my house is very clean, not my art studio, but my house is very clean. And it's been kind of nice too, working from home and freelancing, because I've kind of built this schedule of work for like an hour, get up, do a chore, work for an hour or two, get up, do a chore. I now have my evenings to myself, like to completely relax and shut off entirely, because I don't have any house chores left to do, and I don't, like, work is shut off. And then that's when I allow myself to do some personal work, watch TV, hang out with my husband, things like that.
Very cool. I'm liking that. I have not tried to do the whole hour thing. I'm normally kind of a 30 minute or 48-minute kind of thing, but I haven't actually worked up to an hour yet. I might have to try that.
Well, I have kind of an uncomfortable chair,
Uh
which kind of helps.
huh.
So it forces me to kind of get up, but it is nice to be able to go distract yourself or procrastinate a little bit in small doses to help make yourself a little bit more productive. Because sometimes I think a lot of anxiety just comes around sort of overthinking things, or tunnel vision, I think.
Yes.
So you kind of have to take these little small breaks and give yourself that grace, and you usually come back with a fresher mind. So I don't necessarily think procrastination is bad. It's just learning how to control it.
I like that.
All
Well,
right.
Kat, this has been awesome. Thank you so much for taking time out to meet with me. Do me
Yep.
if I may ask for one huge favor.
Yes,
When you're done with this painting, can you send me a copy of it?
I will. And I'll try to record the painting too. I'll
Oh,
figure that
cool.
out, because it is hard to talk and paint at the same time.
Well, again, considering you've done pretty decent, so it's pretty awesome.
Yeah. Oh, also, like, I have references too that I forgot about.
Okay, well, did you actually pull the colors from there, or are you just doing your colors on your own?
No, I'm just doing the colors on my own. And then another fun thing I like to do down here in these gradients, once I kind of get a rough layout out, I turn the saturation down. And this is when I can turn things on and off. And I start to mess with value. Like, I kind of think my ocean needs to be a little darker,
Okay.
and my land needs to stand out a little bit more.
Ooh, I'm liking that.
And with film, this is really important, because if it doesn't work in black and white, in my opinion, it's not going to work in color. So the colors that I'm laying out right now aren't necessarily going to be the colors that end up in the final picture. And when I turn it off black and white, it's going to be hideous. So be prepared. Oh, wait, it's not that bad. I thought it was going to be worse. But then I'll play with hue and saturation sometimes, because
Okay.
this isn't going to affect the value at all. Like, no matter what I change on hue, it's going to stay the same.
Right.
And this is how I do my in saturation too. So this is how I'll do my color adjustments from there.
Sweet.
But yeah, that's kind of my process when I'm just doing these, like, landscapes. And then I do that too with final work as well. I always try to check it in black and white and make sure that the areas of focus are lit up and everything, nothing else is really distracting.
I like.
All right, well, I'll finish this up and shoot it to you and update you.
Thank you again. And once again, this has been Tony Ross for the 2D Animation Virtual Summit with my guest, Miss Cat Stockton. And by the way, I'm guessing do I still call you by Cat Stockton? Because I know you're married now. So did you keep your?
Yes, I kept my name.
Okay, cool. Making sure I'm calling everyone by the correct thing. It's like, coolness. Thanks. All right, say bye.
Bye. Thanks, Tony.
You are so welcome. Alrighty. So, I am back for a moment. So, what I want to do is we're going to get ready to keep moving forward here. I have, and if you're just joining us, what you're looking at on screen is just one of the projects that's going to be from my 21-day boot camp. It's going to be a little recorded, project-based lesson learning Toon Boom Harmony, and it's going to be released next Friday. The order forms and information for it will be coming out tomorrow. But for the 21-day boot camp, we're going to be running a special that it's only $21 from now until Friday when it releases. It'll be 47 at that point, and all proceeds will be going to getting Tony a new computer because the summit was reminding me that I need something that's a little newer. Time to replace my 2011 computer, so it's been a trusted friend. Meanwhile, I'm rambling. So let's get ready for our next interview. And this is audio only, but this is Miss Joanna Davidovich, and she is just a wee bit of awesome. So hopefully, if you haven't already, you can normally catch her doing some live streams and everything like that. So she still did the summit. She did our summit last year and was in the middle of moving. And I was like, hey, if you can do it, this is great. And she said, can I just do audio? I said, yes, please. So meanwhile, I'm going to bring her up. Give me one quick second here. All right, and so here's Joanna Davidovich. Hey, this is Tony Ross for the 2D Animation Virtual Summit, and I am joined by probably one of my favorite artists and one of my biggest cheerleaders from last year's summit, Miss Joanna Davidovich. And I am like, without it's kind of weird that I know people and I still geek out over them. So the idea that her artwork and her drive and her spirit is just, it's so, I don't know what's the word for it, invigorating, so invigorating, inspiring, and I was like, I got to have her back on the show. So Joanna, welcome.
Well, thank you for having me back. It's a pleasure and an honor.
Coolness. So Joanna, this year, now to the audience, that we're doing audio only this year because even in the midst of trying to like handle life and everything like that, she's like, "Hey, can we do audio only?" I'm like, "Hey, we can do whatever you want. We're good." So I always joke with people that I try to keep this very open. So I've reached out to people who do Toon Boom rigging, and they'll go, "Cool, I want you on the show." And I'll go, "Cool, I want to talk about people about the legalities of starting a animation business." And I go, "Yes, let's do that." So even if animators came on here and said they wanted to do a cheesecake recipe, awesome, let's talk about that. So that is what we're doing.
Well, I happen to have a marvelous recipe for something called winterberry crumble, and it's so delicious. It's a Thanksgiving favorite at my house, and I'm sure your listeners would be very interested.
I am interested, actually.
Maybe after the interview.
After the interview, yes, we will have to. If you're not trying to copyright or anything, we'll definitely have to post that because it's awesome now.
Yeah, the classic winterberry crumble, a staple for the Thanksgiving table.
Love it. Okay, so I'm going to throw out a couple of questions for you.
Okay.
I'm curious, what is the hardest no that you've ever had to give to a client?
This is an interesting question. I've been mulling it over in my brain. So I think I have a good answer. The hardest no is when there's it always seems anytime I'm very busy, that's when the best jobs come in, when I don't have the time to do them. And it seems like anytime DC superhero girls needs some work from me, I'm always like already double booked. So I always try to say yes, but I have very limited hours, and hopefully they're not too annoyed with me. But yeah, but it's been like a job that it's a higher profile job than I was normally used to. And also just, I learned so much from looking at the character design on that show, because it's one of the best design shows. It's also such a good show. I don't think it gets enough, it doesn't get enough love. It's so funny and it's so well designed. And it's such an awesome take on these characters, when everybody always says, oh, we're going to like update and make these characters relevant for the 21st century. And I always kind of roll my eyes at that. But they actually did that with this show, and they created so I like that show a lot. I was a fan already. So having to say no to doing more work for that is really, really hard. But, I've said yes when I should have said no before, and that is disastrous. So I've learned my lesson, more or less. So that no has to happen sometimes, even when it's like a beautiful gift of a job.
Wow. Yes. Yeah, we had interviewed. Actually, I had interviewed Kat like back in February when I thought we were going to do the summit first in March, and then COVID hit, and I was like, okay, I actually had to slow down now. So, but yeah, interviewing. I got to interview Kat Hudson, and we're looking at the designs and everything like that. Yes, I love the show, and I've been trying to tell everyone this. Have you not seen this? You need to go look at it. Go watch the first episode. You'll be hooked. So it's like,
it's just great. The last few episodes I saw is, I need to do a season pass because I've just been watching what they released on Netflix. But they did one joke that has been I've been trying to form this joke in my brain for years. And they did this joke that I've been trying to hash out in my brain. And I was so thrilled at how brilliantly they did this joke that I had to just pause it and just like march around the room and be like, oh my God, I can't believe it. It's the heist joke.
okay.
Where they, go over the plan, and the trope is that in the movie, while they're explaining the plan, they're actually doing the plan. And that's always annoyed me in movies. I was like, no, go back. Stop jumping forward in time. I want to see, the plan, and then I want to see you execute the plan. Don't do it all at the same time. And they did that in the show and made a joke out of it. And it's just the most golden. Oh, I'm sorry. Probably no one else cares about that joke as much as I do, but I freaking loved it. It was better than I ever could have come up with. So I really like that show. I'm going to stop talking about it now because I don't want the whole thing to be about the show.
Okay. Awesome.
Yeah. It's just exciting also because there's not much that I like. So when I like something, I just really like it.
Cool. I definitely hear you on that.
Yeah.
Okay. My next question. Not even for $25K would I draw or animate blank. What's in that blank, if anything? And I'm not sure if I asked you this last year, but if I did, I'm going to ask you again.
But can I ask you why exactly at $25K? Why not?
Okay. Why you said why not what?
Why not $1 million?
Okay. Well, here I think it was when I originally wrote this question out. It was kind of like, let's make it. It was, I think it might have been like 250 or something like that. And then I was like, okay, let's pull it down and kind of go. Not only is it $25K, but it's like it's quite generous for what they're asking. So it's not like somebody's asking you to do a big thing. So it was just kind of one of those numbers because I felt it was high enough to tempt beginning animators. But not too low that it would insult like people who've been in the industry for a while at the same time. And so the idea of it not like somebody's going, hey, I need you to do this, I don't know, 30-minute animation. Mm-hmm. It's going, no. I definitely
wouldn't do 30 minutes of animation. $1,000.
But yeah, it's that's the idea of it.
Okay.
Just having it. So that's where the number comes from. Do you have a better idea of a number? I'm curious.
No, it's just that there's implications with that number, and it's also so much to do with where you are. Because I've taken jobs that I was not thrilled about, but they paid $25,000. Like, I really need this money. It's good money. It's not exactly my jam, but it's so you're kind of always in a tough spot when you chose a realistic number like that. You made it real, Tony. You made it real. So,
thank you.
Yeah, so it's a tough question to answer other than what do you find distasteful? Because I could go on and on about what I find distasteful, but gosh, what I would, if somebody actually presented something to me with a check for that amount of money and listed all of these conditions, I don't know. Like, sometimes the deal with the devil has details that you're kind of squidgy on. So I would generally say I wouldn't take a job at $25,000 that is vastly grander than that some would pay for. So like you said, I couldn't do 30 minutes for $25,000 if it's going to be something of quality. It would be really, really, really hard. And also if it's something, gratuitous, like I don't like gratuitous violence, even though I love cartoon violence. I don't consider that gratuitous, but something really gory. I don't like gore. I don't like graphic sex. I don't like doing that. But if I was, going through a dry spell with work and somebody said, hey, we really want this gross thing from you, and here's $25, even though it wouldn't be palatable to me, I'd be like, I don't like it, but my children are hungry. So which principle am I going to die by? So it's a conundrum you're setting up, and I'm just going to, keep talking about it until the hour expires. But I think I made my gist.
Yeah, I was joke of where I thought Ginger, and I've mentioned this to a couple other people. When I asked the question of Ginger, she was talking about the idea of it. Having the privilege of saying no. It's like, at what point do you go, no, I'm going to pass on that.
That's a good way of putting it. The privilege of saying no.
Yeah. Because it's like,
I have some self-respect. I have $26,000 of self-respect.
Yes. So it's like, I have to think about, for me, I always joke about, and this is, I think since even high school, I was always playing around with a calculator. So we still rent our apartment. So for me, I normally have in my head exactly how much a year's worth of rent is. Like, how would I say, like, in the dream is having a certain amount sitting in an account that's automatically drafting from that, and then whatever money we make extra, that's kind of extra that can go in toward, house, whatever, car. But yeah, so when I know for a fact where that number sits, I'm going like, okay, so yeah, I'm not going to be signing my name on this, but sure, yeah, give me a call.
What if you end up doing a really good job and it's going to help your reel?
Well, here's a funny thing about that, and if I can be candid, because I used to do political work, and it started to make a drain on my system, like mentally. So I had to stop. And one of the things that I noticed when doing that, every time I would try to show the work in like little Toon Boom groups or something like that, because I was really proud of the rig or the way it was set up, I would get people attacking me going like, we're not talking about politics here. So I'm not talking about politics here either. I was kind of showing off the rig. Oh yeah, like you don't have any ulterior motives. No, actually I don't. And so here's my candid part about that. It led me to the following thing. If you have politics or porn in your portfolio, you can't really show it to anyone. It's like you can't go, hey, look what I just worked on. So that's my thought.
Pornography I can understand, but politics, we should be adults enough to get over ourselves.
I don't know. I think because of the current, it's the weirdest thing.
Yeah,
Everything has become almost a caricature of itself. And so everyone takes everything way, way, way too seriously.
Yeah, I guess don't feed the beast.
Yeah. So yeah, that's I would definitely I could work on some things, but I probably would because I always joke about because when I did the work, people were like, "Well, you're on this side or you're on this other side." I said, "The other side hasn't paid me. I'm a capitalist." It's like the other when the other side approaches me, we'll talk. I
Yeah.
might charge them more, but that's another story.
Yeah, I feel for you. That's a difficult situation, but you can show me. I don't mind. I want to see.
Well, thank you. Okay, my next question. And I think I know yours, and I'm curious if I do or not, because again, it's like playing off of something you said last year. Everyone always talks about the book that changed their life or had a profound effect on them. What animation did that for you?
So let me give you one guess.
Oh wow, wait, I'm trying to. Hold on. Do I want to go? Was it the Little Mermaid?
Ooh, that's a good one. That's unexpected, but it is that did affect me profoundly. But you know more about me than I do. Wow. No, it's definitely Animaniacs.
Okay.
By a long shot. That show was like an atomic bomb in my brain. It was so overwhelming, and I was just filled with nothing but a desire to make cartoons for the rest of my life.
I will say this, and I hope you take it the way I mean it. If Animaniacs are personified, it is you.
No,
That is.
I'm so uncool. No, you don't. I don't deserve that.
It's like your energy and everything like that. It's just like I like that about you a lot, and that's not me blowing smoke. It's just kind of like, no, oh my gosh, this is like where I'm like, when we're trying, and to anyone listening, Joanna and I were kept going back and forth on. She's like, "Oh no, I really don't think." Well, maybe you all have time, and I was just like, "Okay, I'll keep a space open. I'll keep it penciled in." Because again, your energy and your vibe is so cool with that, and you're saying it's the Animaniacs, and I'm like, oh, of course it is. That makes so much sense now.
Well, Animaniacs didn't just inspire me towards a career path in animation. It kind of made me blossom as a human being because that show is so dense with history and music and film and just there's so much in that. The writers, they're all huge film buffs and history buffs, and all of that is just seeps through the cartoons, and it made me explore so much. And I'm obsessed with big band music. I was in a band for a while, and I can trace that back to Animaniacs. I love classic film and just everything. I love history. Everything is traced back to Animaniacs, where it just gave me a spark and this avenue to explore. And I'm forever grateful to that show. I mean, it didn't make me the most popular kid in high school, but it made me a better person, I think. Overall, in the long run.
Awesome. I'll share this with you, and it's like I almost feel like my answer is still kind of weird because it wasn't like it didn't change my life per se, but there was an anime a few years back called Paprika, and my wife and I we saw it in the theater. We went and saw it at the
Tori Cone.
Yeah, we saw it at the Terra Theater.
Were we at the same screening?
Perhaps, yes. So it's like, so I remember we left the theater and our minds were blown, and we knew it was a 2D animation we had just watched, but it didn't stop us from staring at reality totally different at that moment, waiting for something to go completely wrong. And it was like, because it's that whole thing of like, if you watch a horror flick or something like that, okay, well, yeah, I'm not going to walk in a park at night right now or something like that. Mm-hmm. And it has that weird thing, but it's normally reality. But this thing, it was just like, wow, what did we just watch? Oh my gosh. It was like, and it was so beautiful and so out there. And yeah, it was, that's the thing that I don't know if someone said, "Hey, Tony, can you do something like that?" No, I don't think I could. I'm not even. It was one of those. I'm not even sure. I think I might know the right people to contact who might know how to do that. So it's like, but yeah, it's just that film was just.
It
I
was
think I've.
definitely mind melting. I still don't know what
Yes.
it's about. I
Well,
enjoyed it, but I'm like, what the did I just watch?
and I think the weird part for me was later on, several years later when Inception came out, and I was just like, are
Listen,
they?
I was disappointed in Inception because I was like, this has been done better.
Yes. So
The
yeah.
whole dream state kind of. I don't know. Let's not go down that rabbit hole. But yeah, I
Coolness.
totally get you about Paprika. It was completely unique and just I've only seen it that one time at that one screening, and I have not looked up the story or anything since. So it's just this weird, beautiful, hallucinogenic experience that's just still sitting in the back of my brain.
What is it? We have one of the things we have Voodoo. So in that's VUDU. Not that I'm doing an ad for them, but what I love about them is like it sits. We have it on our Roku, and it's like it has all these free movies, but the occasionally they'll go, okay, cool. You can also buy these digital movies, which is cheaper usually and a lot less storage than doing the disc.
Mm-hmm.
But every week they'll have, these are $5.95 or $4.95, and it's like it's cheap, almost as cheap as a rental. Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm.
And so they had Paprika the other week, and I was just like, I'm buying it. So it's like I know I have the DVD somewhere, but I'm going to buy this digitally anyway. So it's like
sometimes I do that too. Just as like I want to give them metrics. I want to give them more like this.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, so I am really curious. One, and I have a confession. I think I did your interview last year, and I hadn't watched your music video before I actually did the interview.
Oh, how do you
And
know about me?
I think it was Ginger that
Okay.
Ginger had mentioned you.
Oh, nice.
And so I was like, okay, cool. And so I was been watching some of your streams and stuff. I was like, cool, but I hadn't seen the music video. But then watching it, I was just like, okay. So the question I have for you, that's my little lead in. What advice would you give to an animator wanting to animate a music video?
Don't spend 4 years on it.
Okay.
A music video they're really cool. And if you're really inspired to do it, by all means, don't let me discourage you. But if you're going to pour a lot of time and energy into something, it should be something that you can own completely and use to promote yourself without any strings attached. I ran into a lot of difficulty with music rights and people not understanding. I don't want to say they don't understand me. No, they just didn't see how this could be turned into a show. Like if you want to create some characters, if you want to create a franchise, do that. Don't worry about a cool music video. But if it's just a music video, just do any kind of cost benefit analysis. If you pour a lot of your energy into something, just imagine what kind of return you're going to get from it if you have aspirations to something higher. But if you're just hobbying around and you just have this idea in your head and you want to get it down, by all means. But if you're thinking it's going to be a stepping stone to something else, then definitely try to manage your time most efficiently and do not spend 4 years on a music video.
Coolness.
Yeah.
So tied to that question, if you had a chance to do Monkey Rag today, what would you do differently other than the 4 year things, if anything?
Well, I've thought a lot, I don't think it pays very much to think about what you would do differently and just sort of mire yourself in regret. A lot of great things came from it. And who knows, if I had done it more quickly and more slapdash, if those good things wouldn't have happened. So I prefer to think of it as an artifact of its time. It is what it is. It's no better, no worse than what it is. It got me no further or no less further than where I am today. That's awkwardly stated, but you get what I mean.
Yes.
So it's just have to be at peace with it and not think of all the coulda, woulda, shouldas.
Excellent. Yeah, there's the weirdest thing for me, because I've been looking into that lately, and it's like there's all these rules of like, oh, if you're going to do a cover of the song, it's like, no, I'm not doing a cover of it. And then I'm trying to find out where, like, even on the YouTube game, and there are all these people who are putting up like, oh, they're going to put up a lyric video. I was like, well, how is that okay? If it's like, what are you allowed to do? What aren't you allowed to do? And it's just like all this crazy.
Very unclear, and you'll never know exactly what's the right or wrong thing to do. If you get the attention of somebody who has it in for you, you're just doomed on YouTube. It's so easy to be taken down on YouTube, and it's really hard to get their support as a creator.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's kind of like depressing. They just keep every day is like, oh, new rules that screw creators over. All right. Okay.
Yeah, it's like, really? I just wanted to do the thing with that, like.
Yeah, it seems like everybody else can do it. It's like, well, you're not everybody else.
Well, yeah, and that's the weird part.
Interest in you.
I think it almost feels like and maybe someone else has a comment on this. It almost feels like the crappier something looks, and it's like the little lyric things, like they'll leave it alone. It's like, if it looks good, no, you can't have any of that.
I think it's about view counts. Like the more ad revenue your video is earning, or the more accounts it has, the more likely some bad actor is likely to notice you and want a piece of that. Or there's just people who like to sow misery for no reason also. And luckily the evil people have not found me yet. That's how I know I haven't really made it on the internet. And just everybody who contacts me on the internet is super nice. And I'm like, yes, I'm small potatoes. Nobody evil has noticed me yet.
I was there was a topic that Tony Grillo and I had got on, and I won't bring up the topic, but it involved an individual in our industry. And my wife was asking me, was I concerned that their lawyers might come after me? I said, well, that would simply mean that I've gotten on their radar. And it's like, and if they have an issue, sure, I'll take it down. Am I also going to make a different video talking about it very loudly? Yes, I will. It's like they asked me to take this down, and I'll take my a note from Julius Caesar and go, he is an honorable man, and all of the things he has done are very honorable. So I must say he is great. That's pretty much what I would end up doing. So yeah.
Sometimes I don't know. I just hope that as long as I'm not putting like bad energy out into the universe, I'm hoping that none of that bad energy finds me. And that's a rather naive outlook, but it's honestly all I have the patience to do right now.
I think that makes sense though.
Yeah. I know my husband, whenever I'm on a live stream, he sort of acts as my producer. Mm-hmm. So whenever I get off on a subject that's perhaps, I don't know, like if I'm getting close to saying people's names, he always like texts me and was like, be careful, please. Don't get noticed. Yeah. Like,
yeah. I think the funny thing about putting good stuff out there, and this is kind of a sidestep, I always think about, I know at least 2 or 3 people that are really good friends of mine, and it's like, I think they were always either saying, oh, I got the bootleg of this software, or I got the bootleg of this movie, or I got the bootleg of this new album. And then they, at one time or another, would approach me to help them put some of their work online, and they would follow it with, yeah, but I don't want anyone being, I want it to be set up so no one can take it though. And I'm going, you're kidding me, right? You understand? It's like, or even me in the, since I do a lot of training, people would go, oh, I downloaded this person's course, I can send it to you. I said, as much as I want that course, if I want it, I'll buy it, but I don't want to sew that.
And
It's like,
especially when you're taking stuff from independent creators, like
yes,
Kyle Webster's brushes for the longest time were just being circulated as oh, what do they call it? They just illegally downloaded it. And I was like, dude, this is a person who did amazing work and he's asking for $1. He's asking for a flippin', you don't have $1 to
yeah.
give to this person. It made me mad. It really made me mad.
So yeah, it's just that little karma, people. It's like, and but not even karma, just being a good person.
Or it just what is that the golden rule? Treat people how you wish to be treated yourself. Just like
Yeah.
you said, like I'll steal this all day long, but nobody better steal from me. That's a disjointed way to go through life.
Definitely.
Yes, definitely. I agree. Let's sip my tea.
Okay, so this is a question we've asked of all the panelists. Last year we asked, was 2D animation dead? I wanted to do something a little different for this year.
Yeah, things look different this year.
Yeah, there's a lot of really cool things, and I'm really excited about them. And shout out to the fact that we actually have sponsors this year.
Cool.
Shout out to both Wacom and Toon Boom for jumping aboard and helping us out.
Awesome.
So my question is, does your approach to self-care or even scheduling change when you're working on a personal project versus a project for a job or a client?
This is another one of those questions I have to it's multi-layered. I have to pull it apart a little bit. So when I take a job, first of all, I can only take it if I know I have the capacity to see it through. And when I take it, that job is got to be priority number one, because all jobs lead to other jobs, and when you let one of those, you don't want to start getting a reputation for somebody who flakes out or leaves you hanging, something like that. So you just have to know that you have the wherewithal to see it through, and then just see it through. And with personal projects, unless I'm really close to finishing a job, I won't stay up all night and work on a personal project, because sleep has become such a precious thing these last few years. And I know it'll ruin my day if I have a few bad nights of sleep. And it'll be a misery for everyone I come across if I am not rested. I'm just a monster. So in that way, I will, if I'm under the gun on a job, I will push through the pain to make sure that it's done, because so much hangs on it. But if it's a personal project, it's just not worth the agony that comes from that. And I know I sound like a really old person saying this, but it's just, sleep is so important. Oh my God, I can't do all-nighters anymore. Those days are so behind me. And I don't know, even when you didn't feel the pain from those, when you're young, they're so bad for you. So just know your limitations, know your capabilities, and don't promise more than you can deliver, and see things through.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that I recently did a couple all-nighters, but they weren't even visual art based. They're more of I recently started getting back into making music, and it was just like, and I would be like just kind of in a zone. I was just like, oh my gosh, is it 4 o'clock in the morning? Like,
oh, those early hours in the morning, they're just the best time to work. It's just so peaceful, and it's hard. It's hard to once you get that second wind right around midnight, to just like, I really should go to sleep, as I know that I'm not going to feel this chipper in 5 hours.
definitely.
Yeah.
All right, my very last question for you.
Mm-hmm.
With respect to staying on task during projects, do you ever struggle with things like depression, anxiety, or procrastination? And if so, what helps you push through it?
No, I'm perfect all the time. How dare you suggest such a thing? Well, it is interesting, because I've always been a very anxious person my whole life. But that is sort of the antidote to procrastination in me, because I cannot, if I have a project or something on my plate, I can't rest until it's taken care of or well on its way to being taken care of. So I never procrastinate because the anxiety is so unbearable. So I guess that's good, maybe. I don't know. But procrastination, I've never understood. I was just like, well, what are you waiting for? Do you have the time? Or I guess you have the time to procrastinate because, you're procrastinating, but deadlines don't move because you don't feel like working. So I consider procrastination a luxury. It means you have time.
I like that. Very cool.
Oh, and with depression, just not. It's such a. It used to mean something different. Now it means something like clinical. So I've never had clinical depression, but you get down a lot, especially artists. You're very sensitive. You get very hard on yourself and very, you can be very mean to yourself, and as sometimes that's a good motivator to keep learning and pushing forward. But if depression or your self-loathing is keeping you from making things, then it's a problem. But if nothing's keeping you from your goal of getting the work done, then it's just another tool. It's a twisted, weird, terrible tool, but it's a tool.
I love that. Well, Joanna, thank you so much. You're, again, one of those people that I could probably talk to all day. But I know you're busy, so thank you.
Well, I have not skipped a beat, but it's been a pleasure talking to you.
Awesome. And I am probably going to pick your brain later once I do start tiptoeing down that music thing, because it's something that's been on my brain lately. So.
And music was wonderful. I think that there's some sort of natural connection that animation has to music. There's just something, the two mediums, they're peanut butter and chocolate.
I love that. Coolness. All right. Well, this has been Tony Ross for the 2D Animation Virtual Summit with Miss Joanna Davidovich. And we're going to be signing off now. Say bye.
Bye. Thanks again.
Okie dokie. So, getting ready to play our next video, but while I'm waiting to pull that up, I am tweaking this little animation here. This is the exercise called the Wine Thief, and this is actually in Toon Harmony Premium. Some of the tricks you can actually do in Essentials, Advanced, or Premium, but work, for instance, during the swap. This consists of two different pieces. One is the table that, if you notice, it's all the wine bottle in the table. It's like one in one drawing. But the way that Toon works, you can actually have what's called a drawing substitution. And if you've ever worked in Animate or Flash, it's like drawings in Harmony. It's like a graphic symbol from like Animate on steroids. So this little line here lets me know that I've swapped out the drawing. So that second drawing only has the table. Coolness. Cool. That is awesome. Congrats, Barry. So the second drawing is just the table. But the hand itself, the first one is the open hand, and then the second hand grabs the bottle. So it's just swapping those out and just grabbing it there. So I think what I want to do, and I've got to tweak this a bit, I think once you grab that, I think I want to actually squash this down a bit. Well, not that way, Tony. Good grief. Let's see. What do I want to do? Temporarily move my pivot point down to the bottom. kind of do a little squash and stretch. All right, and then I'm going to add a couple of frames. Just simply press my plus button. 1, 2, 3. Not terrible. I still wanted to do a little more squish down now. Can I get away with that? Maybe. I might need a separate drawing. But anyway, kind of playing around with that and giving the hand itself, using an envelope deformer, kind of give it a little bit of a Seussian bend there, a little rubber hose. So it stops those just simply, instead of it being two very boring drawings, by me adding a deformer to it, I can kind of play around with that. But anyway, next up, we're going to pull up Miss Kat Hudson. And the funny thing, sort of funny, actually, Kat and I recorded this back in February. And it's kind of interesting. I think I was editing this, believe it or not, recorded in February, edited it last night. So, yeah, I wasn't putting anything off. So, anyway, here's Kat. Hey, this is Tony Ross for Tony Teach, and welcome again to the 2D Animation Virtual Summit. I have the pleasure of talking with Kat Hudson, who is a character creator and does some incredible work. I've been a fan of hers for a bit. So I am, again, going to try not to geek out too much here, but enjoying this conversation, and hopefully you'll like it too. Kat, say hey.
Hey.
Awesome. So I mainly know of your work from Superhero Girls, but can you tell me a little more about your background?
Yeah, I am 34 years old. I'm from Mississippi, the deep South. And when I went to just basically a liberal arts college in Mississippi, a small like Presbyterian college, and studied art. So that's just mainly fine art, painting, things like that. And I decided that I wanted to do illustration. So when I graduated, I really didn't feel like prepared to just go out into the workforce. I didn't really know anything about illustration. And again, like this was a very small college. We had about 30 art majors. That's where I met my husband, actually. But so I had him, but I didn't, it was, I didn't feel like I knew kind of how the industry works. So I decided to go straight into the Savannah College of Art and Design for 2 years to get my master's degree, because I thought if I got my master's, you can teach college level classes. So I was like, well, if I'm homeless or something, maybe I can teach college or something. So if I can't do it, I'll teach it. So I went for 2 years to the Savannah College of Art and Design and got my master's in illustration. And then I proceeded to work retail for 6 years, because that's how that went, because I graduated right in the recession.
Oh, wow.
And so I've sold hot tubs, cell phones, and barbecue grills over the last 6 years. And then me and my husband were kind of depressed. So we decided to pick a location off a map. So we were like, well, we're going to move to Seattle because it's pretty, or we're going to move to Atlanta because it's a big city. And it's we were still in Mississippi. And so we picked Atlanta because I was like, it rains all the time in Seattle, so I don't want to move there. So so I worked retail for a little bit in in Atlanta. And then I was in a life drawing class I found out about through one of my friends I made at work. And it was run by a guy named Brian Stelfreeze. And he does, he's a Marvel artist for Black Panther. And he's a really well-known Marvel artist. So I met a lot of nice people there. And one of the guys there is an illustrator named Tommy Arnold. And he's a pretty well-known illustrator now. but he was this is getting long-winded, but this is my life story, so we're
This is
getting
this is interesting. It's going to lead to some of the other questions I might ask anyway. So yes, this is great.
Sure. I mean, this is like so I always have liked life drawing and figure drawing, and me and my husband were working retail. He's working at Walmart, and I'm working at a place selling hot tubs. And so we go to this figure drawing class once a week, and it's just like you just pay $10 and draw the model or whatever. But I meet Tommy Arnold in there, and he's like, "Do you have an art job? You're really good." I mean, that sounds braggy, but he was like, "You're good," and I was like, "Oh, thank you. No, I do not have an art job. What's that?" And he was like. He was like, "Well, I used to work on Archer, the TV show Archer, which I had never seen at that point, but I'd heard of it." And he was like, "I'm friends with some people there. Let me see what's going on there." And turns out they needed a character designer, and so I took a test, and I got the job, and I was really blown away, and that was kind of like a miracle to me. And so that was in 2015, and so I was extremely excited, and I worked there for about 2 years. And then out of the blue, Lauren Faust saw a Kickstarter that I was doing on Kickstarter. And she is, I knew who she was because she's like awesome artist and stuff. And she messaged me, and they were like, "Oh, we're doing a DC show. Would you be interested in working on it?" And I'm like, "What?" And I'm like, number one, am I being catfished? Is this like,
yes,
what's happening? And then I was like, "Oh yeah." And she's like, "Well, it's in LA, and you'll have to move here, and it starts in like 2 weeks." So I was like, "Well, gotta put all my crap in a van," and I drove out here, and my husband stayed behind to like finish some stuff up, and I've been out here since 2017, so almost. No, it's like 2 years in December, so a little over 2 years. So there we go.
That is an incredible story.
In a nutshell. So yeah,
it's just a wee bit inspiring too, because it's like I think a lot of us are just like, it's never going to happen.
Oh, now I need to start drawing. Yeah, I'm like, I could actually be drawing while I'm talking. But yeah, it's been crazy how lucky I've been and stuff, and how blessed. So took a long time, but sometimes that's just what it takes. It takes a long time, So anyway.
Coolness. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to have a question for you.
Yeah.
What advice would you give artists who are just starting out? Let's say if you're trying to, I think the big thing now is doing commissions and pricing things. And I know that's like a huge... I know when I first started out, I was either always trying to figure out what's too high, what's too low, and yada yada yada.
That's a good point. I mean, it depends too on like what you're doing. If you're doing animation or illustration or comic books, or kind of what you're doing. But there are some guidelines you can look at. I remember when I was studying or doing illustration, and I did a little bit. I didn't do much, but I did some, like in editorial and for a children's book. And mostly for educational books is what I ended up doing illustration for. But I'm trying to think. I'm draw at the same time. My brain's shutting down. Well, there's something called the what's it called? It's the It's a guideline book. It's like the art.
I think it's like is it the pricing and guidelines?
Yeah, pricing and guidelines. I mean, I have a copy, like an old copy somewhere. I was like, don't let me go dig that thing off the shelf. But I think more important than that is like, don't be afraid to ask your fellow artists and stuff what they charge. A lot of people don't want to talk about like what their rates are, but I think that's dumb because I don't know anything, and you won't know unless you ask. So. And you don't know if you're being taken advantage of unless you know what other people are being charged. Now, somebody that's been in the industry for 10 years and is a rock star or something is not going to be, they're not going to be paid the same that you're being paid. So, I mean, don't automatically take that, but you're going to need to take in how long you spend on something, how much is it worth. And it's better to always throw out a bigger number than a littler number. Even if they don't take the job, I mean, you might be afraid. I can actually give you a really good story about that, but you're going to want to it's better to, I think just most artists tend to undervalue themselves. So, I mean, I know I did. So, and I still do. So, you're going to usually want to go higher than what you think you are. You're worth more than you think you are, because they wouldn't be coming to you if they didn't like what you were doing. So, yeah, I would generally say that.
Coolness.
And did I lose you, Tony?
Nope, I'm here. I can hear.
I would say that I have a story about that is really eye-opening to me, that happened a few years ago when I first was like in animation. Somebody in I don't even know if I should be telling this story, but whatever. Somebody at was like, "Oh, we have a line of dolls that we would love you to design." And I'm like, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe this. It's like a dream come true." So they were like, "Well, it's six girls, so come back with us. Well, how much you would charge for six designs?" And I was like, "Okay, 6 girls, 6 designs." It's like, "Well, let's think." Math in my head, and I was like, "Well, $1,200. That sounds good. That's like, what, I don't know, 200. What's the math there? $200.
Yeah, 200 to pop. Yes.
I get a math. So I was like, okay, there we go. And then, so I just wrote the email back. I was like, "Well, I came up with $1,200, and they were like, "Okay, $1,200 each is fine." Okay, well, we went from $200, and then they thought I meant $1,200 a piece. So what's that? 6,000, and I can't do it. So I was like, well, damn. Well, that should show you right off the bat that, I mean, I'm not going to say that's how it's always is, but I was like, oh, okay, well, they thought my number was so low, they didn't even think it was they misunderstood. You know what I'm saying? So that should go to show you're going to undervalue yourself. So ever since then, I'm like, okay, well, I'm not in little kids school anymore. We're people got money now. I mean, it's not going to be like that for every project, but it really opened my eyes to like what my value is as a artist, because I was definitely undervaluing myself, and I think I still do that to some degree. But I mean, that really, people have money. I mean, or companies, some individuals, if they're asking for like a book or something, they might not. But I mean, usually, they have a budget in mind, and it's a game you play with them, like how much, it's definitely stressful. I mean, it's still stressful, and I've been doing this professionally for a few years now, but I mean, I still am like, oh, I don't want to come out with a number, because what if it's like way too high, or what if it's way too low? But now it's usually going to be too high. Like I'm getting to the point where I'm like, oh, I don't have time. Like I'm gonna over, and especially if it's something that I'm not passionate about, it's usually going to be. It depends. Like if it's something I'm really like passionate about, I might. But I still don't want to try to lowball myself. But yeah. Mm-hmm. I hope that wasn't too vague, but hopefully that answers a little bit.
No, that answers it a lot. I think that's what I always try to tell my students was that your normal isn't everyone else's normal.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I
there's
definitely
like the story. There's a story I always tell where there's and I think there's an Arab prince, and he really was huge into golf, invited this big time American golf player out. He says, I'll pay for you. You come over here to our country for a bit, we'll play some rounds of golf. Mm-hmm. Flew him out there for a week, and he says, so after a week, it's like, hey, this is great. What can I give you? I really appreciate you coming out. And the golfer was like, dude, no, I've had a great time. I didn't have to pay for anything. This is incredible. You don't owe me anything. And the prince is like, yeah, no, dude, I want to give you something. He says, well, I like golf clubs. Okay. I just give me golf clubs. Okay, cool. Mm-hmm. So several months goes by. The golfer gets certified mail that he's now the owner of this golf club.
Oh, like a golf club, huh?
Yes. So it's like,
I love that.
Like,
that's exactly.
Yeah, it's like Oh yeah, that's
No. That's not what I meant. But okay.
not what I meant.
Not what I meant, but I'll take it. That's how I felt with that thing. I'm like, okay, yeah.
Yes.
That's exactly what I meant.
That's a pleasant surprise. We can get that.
Yeah, no, I mean that's not, and that's not the norm. But I mean, like, it just shows that you don't know your worth a lot of the time. So, and a lot of us are so desperate to, get jobs and stuff. We'll undervalue. I mean, that happens in the industry too. Like with people that aren't in unions and things that like set their, they'll, like the gaming industry, I know they'll like brag like, oh, we had to work, our employees had to work, 80 hours of overtime this week and stuff. Well, that's not good. You like need to be going home and
Right.
like having a life and stuff. That's not something to brag about. That's like crappy. I mean, it's great to be making money, but it's not great to like not have a life. So you need to value yourself. So it's hard to do though, I know.
Coolness. So my next question. What's the biggest obstacle with character design for animation versus simply for an illustration?
Well, I mean, I have not been like a showrunner or anything. I haven't had that luck. So, or, I haven't tried to do that. So I've always had to like match a show style. So if I'm doing a character design for myself, of course it's going to be in my own style. So while it's not necessarily like if I'm doing an illustration for myself of a character, it's not necessarily easy, but it's going to be in my own style. So it's going to be, it's going to be more natural, of course. Now, if I'm doing an illustration that is on a show style, it is not 100, but it is way more complicated because I'm trying to match Lauren Faust's style, or and I'm not want to like be getting in her head or anything, but I'm trying to like figure out how she would do it, or how if I'm coming up with a new character, which I did most of the. I mean, me, Lauren, and Izzy Abreu did most of the previous, for the pre-visual development for season 1. So I got a lot of the designs. I mean, Lauren, of course, did the main girls, and she did the main bad girls, and she did most of I think she did all of the main boys too. So that's like 18 characters right there, because there's 6 of each. So, but I did a lot of the other villains and background people and lots of villains and stuff. So you gotta match show style. You got to especially with expressions and things like that. But coming up with, I think one of the most important things about being a character designer is not your ability to draw. I mean, well, of course that's important, but it's your ideas. Like that's what they're really paying you for. Like, is like, okay, there's 800 ways I could do this. What's the best way? What's the way she wouldn't want this? What's so you're problem solving like that. So I think it's more like what you're able to bring to the table. Anybody can draw good. I mean, there's a billion people in Hollywood or LA that like are great artists, but it's what you're able to bring to the table, so your unique ideas and things like that. That's important.
Bonus.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So this is actually a really good question, because I think because technology and different mediums and platforms are constantly changing. But if you were just starting your career today, what are the first 3 things you would do to gain clients?
Oh, geez. Yeah. If I could go back in time, I would slap myself in the face and be like, girl, get on social media. Because social media was still, I mean, like when I graduated college in like 2009, it was a big thing, but I was so like, I'm kind of introverted. I mean, I fake it pretty good, but I don't really, I mean, like now I'm on social media a lot, but my sister built my Instagram and Facebook accounts. Like she signed me in and was like, you need these. Nobody's going to see your art. I mean, nobody's going to hire you if you don't have an art account. So the social media is so important now. I wish it wasn't, but that's just the way it is. So number 1 is have a social media presence. Number 2, I would say, is networking. And I don't mean that in the gross way of like, I'm always trying to, hustle and what can this person do for me? I just mean like go to social events, be present, like go to drink and draws, go to, if you have any kind of industry events, even if you're from a small town like in Mississippi or something, try to go to like, or start your own like drawing class or your own like, I don't, not anime club, but like those kind of things, like, your own like viewing parties or something like that. You can be proactive in that, and that's how you meet people, and y'all will discover that you have like interests, because that's what one of the most important things about networking is, like meeting people with like interests and going from there. Because I mean, maybe somebody wants to draw comics or a book, or maybe somebody wants to write something and they need an artist. That's a great way to like meet people. So I would say, so networking like at events in life if you can, social media presence, and a third way I would say, I don't know what a third way would be. I would definitely don't be afraid to like take chances. I mean, if you have to go outside, like you're like, well, I graduated for illustration, so I'm going to be an illustrator. Well, that definitely is not the path my life took. You might, have to look outside of your normal wheelhouse of what you're comfortable with and learn other skills that are marketable. Like I'm interested in taking like a storyboarding class, because I think like I would be more marketable if I had more skills besides just character design. If like this show ends or something, and I want to be able to like pivot and not be unemployed for forever. And, so I think you need to be able to have not a jack of all trades, but kind of, I mean, like you want to be able to be a master at what you're doing, your craft, but you want to be able to be adaptable. So I would say that.
Coolness.
More rambling. But...
No, not at all. Actually, there is, I think there's a lot to be said for that. I think there's awesome tidbits in all of that, especially. I like the idea of making sure you're not going to, well, this is what I went to school for. This is what I want to do.
Yeah, I'm sure everybody has their passions, and I still want to do a children's book. I mean, I don't really want to write one, but I want to illustrate one. Right. And I've never done that. I mean, I've done like instructional children's books, like, grammar books and things like that. But, so, I mean, you just got to be open to opportunities and you can't look down on anything because you think you're better than, like, a lot of people are like, well, if I can't be a character designer, I don't want to do anything. Or if I can't be a showrunner, like, do you know how hard it is to be a showrunner? That's like, I mean, it's getting a little easier because Netflix is throwing money out like confetti. So, but it's hard to get your own show. I mean, like you got to have realistic expectations. I don't want to be like, this is some kind of, I mean, like the small liberal arts college I went to was very like, let's all go in the woods and paint, pictures. And I'm like, yeah, that's great. But I want to be able to like buy toothpaste and like pay my bills. I mean, I'm trying to like not die over here. So, you got to be marketable.
Awesome. So I was talking to my daughter, and again, my wife and daughter have been watching the series, and she was kind of, as my favorite phrase, I don't know who's more giddy as a schoolgirl, her or I, that I'm talking to you, but so she was just she said, I said, well, what do you want me to ask her? And so here's Izzy's question. She wanted to know. Who inspired you to do this style of art?
Well, my style is there's a lot of people. I would say that before I met Lauren or anything, one of my biggest influences, and it's probably really obvious, is Mary Blair. She's like a Disney artist from the 60s. I own a lot of children. Yeah, 50s and 60s. I own a lot of children's books because for a while I thought I was going to be in illustration. And but all my children's books are like from the 60s and before. Like I don't have hardly anything from after that. So there's two artists. One's Mary Blair and one's named Sheila Beckett, and they're both female artists from like the turn of the century. I mean, not the turn of the century, the middle of the century, who have very flat geometric styles that are really colorful, and they used gouache a lot, gouache paint, and they're just really well known for their like flat geometric shapes and styles. And so that's kind of like when I was in school. Well, actually, I was out of school when I like really started like looking at their stuff. I used to have a very realistic art style. If you look at my suit, which you can't even find anymore because I've hidden it all. But if you found my old artwork, it's very like pretty realistic. But they're two of my biggest influences. And then more modern influences would be after Sheila Beckett and Mary Blair would be Bruce Timm and Shane Glines. They worked on the TV shows like Batman the animated series.
Yes.
What else they work on? I mean, Shane Glines is, they're both working on stuff. Shane Glines really recently did the little characters in front of the Birds of Prey movie, if you watched that. So they're still doing stuff for Warner Brothers. My internet keeps messing up. They do stuff for Warner Brothers, so they're still, very active. But they have a very flat geometric type style too. That's also volumetric. And then Lauren's actually a big influence on me. I mean, she's helped me learn my style even better because I've added volume and more structure to my work since I started working with her. And so those are some of my biggest influence was what I would say. There's a lot more, but those are some of my biggest ones.
Coolness.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I'm at least I love the fact that the people your name is like, yep, no that one. Like the Beckett, I have to actually look up. I'm not familiar with.
You probably would. I bet you have seen some of her stuff. She did a lot of golden books, and she actually. I got to meet her. She was, I had been like online stalking her no, not online stalking her. I've been trying to find her for years, like, because I couldn't find any information about her. Mm-hmm. And I actually reached out to this man that ran this illustration blog called Today's Inspiration. I don't think it's still, you remember Blogspot? Are you that old?
Yes, I am.
Okay. You remember Blogspot? Well, he used to run an illustration blog. And he would interview old illustrators, and I was like, if anybody knows if she's alive, she was born in 1913. I knew that. If anyone knows if she's still around, he'll know. And he actually ended up getting back to me and saying I tracked her down, and he had contacted her son, who's a famous photographer. And I actually got to meet her. I flew out to New York and got to meet her, and she was 97 years old. And she drew me a picture of Beauty and the Beast, which I love. And she passed away in 2013, and she was 100 years old. So she's she was still painting, like every day. So it was real crazy. She's one of my favorite artists. I want to write a book about her, but I do not know how to write. So one day I will figure it out and make a book about her. So,
coolness.
Mm-hmm. If I can pimp her work, go look her up.
I have to look that up.
Yeah, she's awesome.
Okay. My next question for you is there such a thing as too tight of a deadline? And as an artist, should you ever push back? And if so, how?
Yes, there's definitely too tight of a deadline, but it's kind of tricky because like in animation, everything's on a deadline and you just need to suck it up and it's got to happen when it's going to happen. Now there is definitely like, I have experienced too tight a deadline. On animation, they are pretty usually a well-oiled enough machine to know what you can do in a day that's reasonably expected. I mean, like I have to do this Comic-Con bag really fast, but I'm actually a pretty fast artist, so I'm not that worried about it. And they asked me, and I was like, they asked me if I could do it, and I said yes. Now, if I didn't think I could do it, I would have just said no, but I honestly am going to be fine. just because I know how fast I work. Now, I did do, before I started working here, one of my first big comic jobs. I haven't done much comic stuff, but I did one big comic job, and I won't say what for because I'm about to get mad. But I mean, it's not that hard to look up. But it was, the schedule was insane, and I was very naive and did not understand, like, I mean, I didn't know, because I didn't know anything about comics because I don't really have a comics background. I didn't like go to school for it or know like what the rates are or anything. I was doing the drawing, layout, painting, inking, word bubbles, everything. I mean, I was doing it all, and it was like basically like 120 a page, which I mean, like sounds like a lot to a young person, but like for the amount of pages it was, and for all, you know, and the coloring and everything, that's not a great rate. And like they needed something like in a week one time. I stayed up for 36 hours straight one time. I remember. I would not do that again. I mean, that was crazy. So I mean, if I could go back, I would say you need to know how fast you are and what's realistic. I mean, you don't need to put your health at health at risk. But usually I would say you're not, I mean, sometimes you do have to work overtime at work. I mean, like on a animation job, and I've had to do that. I mean, and things go wrong and stuff like that, but you have, that's why we have unions. So, I mean, not everybody is lucky and can like work for a union show or anything, but you need to take care of yourself above all else, and you can't risk your health or your sanity. And if you get depressed from working, that's your health too. So from working too much, so you got to watch out for yourself. So yeah, you have to be able to stand up for yourself and give pushback if you need to.
Bonus.
Mm-hmm.
How important is it when working on characters?
Mm-hmm.
Is the argument of empowerment versus objectification?
Oh, well, I mean, I like to draw pinups and things, so that's a funny question that I still struggle with. I mean, like, are you talking about like female empowerment versus like objectification or whatever? Is that kind of
that's where the question initially started, but someone gave me some correction, which I thought it made it a much more powerful question. Because when it talks about, well, if you're talking about doing, let's say, a person of color, if you're doing them from, if you're trying to say, oh, yes, I wanted to do this thing about Africa, or I wanted to do this thing about Native Americans, it's like, but how much of it where you start playing around with that thing of empowerment versus objectification? Or
that's true, yeah. Then see, yeah, and I'm like the super whitest person ever, so that's something I deal with. I'm like, you know, I actually like do a lot of the background shots of like group. I do a lot of the usually I do a lot of the group shots in the show, and I'm always like, okay, yeah, I need to add more like people of color, because I'm always thinking like, I don't know, I guess it's just my default. I'm like naturally drawing white people. I guess it's because I'm a white person, but I have to keep in mind sometimes, and I'm like, that's terrible that I have to like think about it, you know, consciously like keep it in mind. It should just be natural, but sometimes it's not. But I have in this show been fighting, like, it's kind of hard with this show because, you know, we also have to answer to DC and Warner Brothers, you know, if like, oh, could the Riddler be a girl, or could like, you know, somebody be, you know, a different race or something like that. So I try to like keep that kind of thing in mind, because it's boring if it's all just one perspective. So, you know, I do like to, now I'm not the showrunner or anything, but little things that I can do are, you know, important, I think. And I also do draw women, like I like to draw like kind of cheesecake pinup things in my personal work. But I mean, I'm a woman, and I think like, oh, well, you know, you don't have to be sexy just for a guy. You can like be sexy for yourself. And that's what, you know, that's what's fun to me, is like, what I find attractive or appealing, you know, I like to put in my artwork too. So, yeah, I don't know if that's too rambling, but, you know, it's something that I think you need to be conscious of, but you don't need to, I mean, you don't need to pander. It needs to come from a place of like a realistic place. And if you are in question, hey, you can go ask somebody. There's a lot of people that would value, you could value their opinion, you know, like you don't live in a vacuum. You could, there's plenty of wonderful artists and people in LA or wherever you're at that like have opinions on these things, and you could actually ask them and not just make up things from your own perspective or like based on tropes that you've seen before. You know, it doesn't always have to be like based on something that's like the accepted norm or whatever, if you're coming with like a race from a race angle or something, but you want it to be genuine. So I mean, maybe you're not the person that needs to be telling that story that's like based on, you know, maybe you need to like give someone else a chance, or, you know, ask their opinion and credit them with helping you. So I don't know if that helps.
It does, actually. Yes.
Mm-hmm. So that's that.
This is freaky watching you do this, because I know it's digital, but it still feels very pencil. So it's
thanks. Yeah, I just I mean, this is kind of more in my style. This is all like the anatomy's terrible on this. Like this is my style. It's like very geometric and like, you know, doesn't make any sense. So. But yeah, it's fun to do.
Coolness.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned health earlier, so this is kind of a nice little segue to my next question.
Mm-hmm.
How important is mental health with respect to your art and creativity? And do you do anything special or different to keep a work health or mental health balance?
I mean, mental health's really important, of course. I think a lot of artists, you know, we all like have our different our different little issues that we deal with and that we struggle with. And me personally, like I deal a lot with like confidence issues, depression. I have very bad anxiety issues, not really depression issues, but I'm very like an anxious person. So there are things I do to deal with it, you know, to take medicine. I also, you know, I've been to therapy before. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I think it's something that like a lot of people need to do or need to talk about doing. So, you know, that's great. I mean, I try to take breaks and get up and walk around at work. I also, on the weekends, I mean, like, I'm kind of weird because my relaxation is drawing. Like, I don't, like a lot of people have art block. I've like never experienced art block in my life because, I mean, not that anything's wrong with that, but I just like, that's how I relax is drawing. So like, I'm always got some, I mean, if I'm just drawing whatever I'm doing, you know, it doesn't matter. It could just be at my hand. I'm drawing, I'm happy. So there's always something to draw. So I'm not really like having art block or anything, which is something a lot of people struggle with. And I think, you know, is important to talk about, but it's not something I really struggle with, so I can't really talk to that. But I think like on the weekends, you know, I do like to get out with my husband. I like to go to estate sales. I like to go to the bookstore. I read a lot. I go to the movies a lot. You know, I try to relax a lot on the weekends and things like that. So, and I have a lot of side projects too. So like if work is depressing, which I mean, my work hasn't been depressing, but back when I like worked retail, I was often like kind of unfulfilled. So I had a lot of like, you know, portfolio things I was working on, or just fan art, or, you know, like something to chill out with when you're like, you know, it's so like you're trying to get a job, it's just like not happening. It's important to like work on things that like could get you a job. I mean, like, you know, work on your portfolio, but it's also good to like just take a break and do something fun. And, you know, why do you love art? Like, don't forget that. So, you know, I think I try to like take a mental health day, I guess, you know, every once in a while. Not really an art break, but more just like, oh, just to like, there's other fun stuff in life. It doesn't all have to be drawing 24/7. But yeah, so I think I hope that answers a little bit.
Actually, it does.
Mm-hmm.
Coolness.
Mm-hmm.
So the style that I'm noticing you did the rough, and now you're just kind of adding in. It's like, are you working on color layers or?
Yeah, I'm working on color, and this is funny because I I kind of want to record myself one day because I don't really think about it very much. But what's weird, the way I color stuff, and I don't know if people like the way I color stuff, but I almost always overdraw and then erase out. Like I chisel out what I'm not too worried about it being super neat. I mean, I do want it to be, legible and pretty neat, but I like textures and things like that. So what I do is just I'll put down a layer and then I'll overdraw it and then I'll just go in and erase whatever there's probably a better way to do this, but I'm self-taught, so I don't know.
Well, I can tell you from the artists that I've watched, a couple from this last summit, but also people like effects designers like Neville Page.
Oh,
Yeah, this is what he does.
Oh,
because
really?
yes, because I remember watching one of his. He did some things for Nomon. And like some like doing Flash and stuff like that. So I'm watching him like where he's drawing in a glare of something, and he overshoots it and then comes in and cuts it out and like erases it.
That's funny.
Like,
I didn't know other people. I mean,
yes.
like I kind of, like I said, the very small art college I went to, we didn't even have like a computer class.
Oh wow!
I mean, because that was back in the olden days. And then I went to SCAD for 2 years, and I only took one computer class, and that was because it was my master's. Like, I was in illustration, so. I didn't take, basically it was like how to build a website. So that didn't really help me anything. So everything with Photoshop, I'm just like, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just trying to figure out. I mean, there's no right or wrong way. And that's how I taught myself Illustrator too, is, I used to do a lot of stuff in Illustrator is, do you know what lynda.com is? I think it's called LinkedIn Learning now. Or
yes, I'm actually one of their authors, but yes.
Okay. Well, there you go. Yes. Well, that's how I learned Photoshop and Illustrator was watching videos and things on lynda.com back in the
coolness.
I guess it's LinkedIn Learning. But and the very first day I opened Illustrator, because I paid for it with my SCAD money because it was like a student thing. Mm-hmm. The very first day I opened it, I started crying. I was like, this is rocket science. Like I'm never gonna be able to do anything. But now I really like Illustrator, so it's funny that you kind of teach yourself over time, programs and things like that. But as long as you have a good foundation, you can learn any program. I think that's. I want to learn Storyboard Pro. I've never opened it, but I bet I could learn it. I'm not, So
cool.
I'm going to try
I noticed also
the class or something.
What is it? Some of the latest pieces you were doing, where you had animated the background. What program were you doing that in?
Animated the background. What was that?
Not the background, but I think it was not the background. It was their clothing.
That was I did that in Photoshop. I don't know how to do a GIF. Like again, I'm teaching myself. So I have a pattern on one timeline. Those those little simple frame animations you can make in timeline. Uh-huh. And then I draw the body on another timeline, and then and then I don't know how I did it. Like it's just me explaining it to you, where you go to I guess you can see. Oh wait, actually, I think I could probably open the file. Wait 1 second. If you can look at this. I don't know if anybody found this interesting, but wait 1 second. Where is that?
Well, I'm finding it interesting.
So
it's like I said, I was looking at it going, wait, how are you doing that? What program are you doing that?
Crap. I think I did that on my work computer, which, you shouldn't do work stuff, whatever. It doesn't matter. I think I did, but I've got another example in here. Wait 1 second. I think I can find it.
Okay.
And so we can Let me see if I can open this. Venus turn. Okay, color. I think this is it.
Yeah, because yes, this is one of the first ones I saw.
Okay, let's see. Timeline. Oh, crud. Okay. Well, no, here we go. Okay. See, I have set up each of you in timeline, right? And so I can rotate between them. This is in Photoshop. But if you go into so if I open this folder down here, and I didn't even know you could make groups until about a year ago. You know how much
Say that one more time.
in Photoshop. My
Okay.
Lord. You can make folders in Photoshop?
Yes.
Well, I didn't even know that until about a year ago, and my brain exploded because that makes things so much easier. So if I go in here, okay, well, the line's on one layer, and the shadows are on another layer, and I use clip and mask a lot.
Right.
And then the hair is on its own layer. And I had used one sheet that I had of texture that I had put on, and I just cut it out on every layer. So every layer is the same sheet of hair, but I just cut it out in a different shape on every layer. Do you see what I'm saying? I don't know if that's
Yes.
But so it's still the same pattern and everything. It didn't move or anything because it's in the same spot. It's just every layer I just cut it out into a different shape. So that's probably a really complicated way to do it, but I was like, I don't know, this looks pretty. So that was the way I did it.
It's actually reminiscent of what they did for Jessica Rabbit's dress. So.
Oh, what, with the sequins and stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Same kind of thing where it's actually there's actual sequins in the background. They're just kind of she's moving, but it's actually cut. So, but yeah,
okay. Well,
I saw this
sense.
and it's just like, I always just tell my students do it simple and perfect, and this is one of those examples where it's just like,
oh, well, I haven't done this. Is back when I was just learning how to turn somebody, and an asymmetrical, she's not. Number one, I'm trying to always challenge myself, so I'm like, okay, I'm going to turn somebody, and this is not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. Do not get it wrong, but I'm going to turn, and they're going to be flat or geometric. If I could draw somebody realistic and turn them, but I'm not trying to do that, and I'm trying to do it in my style, and I'm trying to color it. So I'm like, well, I don't know how to do any of this, but let's just sit down and we'll figure it out. So yeah, that's
yeah.
I mean, there's definitely cheats in it. I can tell some things are jumping around and stuff, but whatever. I'm still learning, so I'm always learning.
Yeah, but I think this is one of the first ones I saw, and I was just like, oh my gosh, it is gorgeous.
Oh, thank you. That's sweet. I'm always trying to learn something new. If I could go to school during my life, I'd do that, but it's expensive, so I can't do that. But I'm always trying to learn something or teach myself something or ask people questions. I like to ask people questions. I'm actually working on a little. Oh, I could show you that. I don't know how interesting you'd find this, but I'm working on a little. Let me see. I'm gonna actually put it up next month. What version am I up? I'm up to my desktop's so messy sometimes.
I think every artist usually has a very messy desktop.
I mean,
it's what we do.
Yeah, it's messy enough that I understand it. Let me see. I'm looking for a PDF that I've put somewhere. I'll put things on my different screens because I have two screens, so I'll just sit stuff. But it's called Comic. I mean, if you'll just indulge me for a second.
No worries.
Comic. Where did I put it? I think I've got it on my Dropbox. 1 second. Here we go. Okay, download. Okay, it's downloading. Well, it's downloading, but I'll be drawing in the meantime. But I'm actually working on a little tutorial that kind of answers some of the questions that you've asked. I was going to show it to you, a little sneak preview. But
oh, cool.
Yeah, it's I'm always it's hard being a student, and especially if you're from not poor family, but we weren't exactly rolling in it, and we lived in the middle of nowhere. So it's hard to know, I think kids are so lucky nowadays because of the internet.
Yes.
Not that the internet definitely existed back when I was, going to college and stuff, but it's definitely different now. So it's there's a lot more opportunities now to learn if you're from a area that exactly like the Summit or something like that, that you can't go to a school or you can't afford it, or you're just not the kind of person who learns in that kind of in a regimented several month kind of program. There's some more opportunities nowadays to learn in. So I think we all need to help each other learn. So that's why I was working on this little tutorial that's downloading. But my internet's like garbage, so it just might take a second. But
I think I used to be able to identify, but I have Google Fiber, so
must be nice.
It's like I occasionally like mess with we have a friend that pretty much where he's kind of out in the boonies. He almost has dial up, and so when he comes here, sometimes he's.
Well, my parents they still live in Mississippi, so they're like, you go to the back of the house and you can't even like get on the, like you're in a dead zone. So it's
yeah, he was downloading something.
It's
here
funny because as a Warner Brothers employee, we get half off of AT&T because we're AT&T bought Warner Brothers a few years ago, and but it's like where I live is like with a cutoff for where the fiber or the high speed is or something. So I'm like, oh, okay, cool. It's like terrible, but whatever. It's pretty cheap, so that's good. Yeah. Did you have any other questions while I'm waiting on that thing to download?
Have you ever tried working in any animation software yet?
I have like opened Harmony and like looked at it, and I was like, no, because like those node things, those trees, I was like, this is witchcraft. I don't know what this is. I have like on Archer, I was on that for like 2 years, and I would build things in Illustrator for it was like key poses, kind of, I guess you would call it.
Yes.
And that was like with GIFs, and that was with Illustrator. So I've not besides my little doodles in Photoshop, I've not tried to animate anything, and I want to play around more and actually learn how to animate. That would be nice working in the animation industry. That'd probably be a useful skill to have, because a lot of the great character designers I work with are animators, and I'm like, oh well, number one, I didn't even think I'd be a character designer. I sure didn't think I'd be an animator. So I'm like, oh, I don't know how to do anything. Like,
well, let me officially extend my hand as a Harmony trainer that really? I would love to show you.
I wouldn't even know, but yes, I would love to learn. I mean, there's a lot of I want to learn that. I want to learn ZBrush. I want to learn. There's so much stuff I want to learn that I'm like, how am I gonna? I have trouble thinking in the round too. So I'm like, how would I even learn like a 3D program? So, because my work's real flat. Oh, here's that little thing.
Yeah, it's like I would, because I think for me, it's kind of, because I've been a fan and friend of Toon Boom for years. So it's good to the point of.
Is that the same?
Toon Boom is actually
a really stupid question. Is that the thing?
Toon Boom is a company that owns Harmony.
Okay.
So it's like Toon Boom has Harmony and Storyboard Pro.
Okay, gotcha.
So yeah, I've been a longtime fan and friend of theirs. I just went to they just had me go to a conference in Miami where I was showing high school teachers how to actually use the program. So literally where people are going like, no, that's intimidating, and I'd be like, sit down, give me 5 minutes, I'll show you this. You want to see how awesome this is? And this kind of that's that whole thing of the running gag on, at least with my friends on Facebook, because I used to use Adobe Flash. I actually used it when it was called Macromedia. So even in some of the groups that I belong to now, if I comment, they're like, Tony's a spy, get him out of here. I'm like, shut up.
Well, don't let him know. I don't know anything about any of that stuff. That's all that fancy.
Yeah, but it's there. I could get you up to speed probably in no time.
Oh my gosh. Well, yeah, I might take you up on that because I'm very. Oh, here we go. Here's this little thing. This is the little tutorial thing I was talking about. Unsolicited art advice, ramblings of character designer. It's very self-depreciating. But anyway, this is like a little tutorial I've been working on in my free time, like, trying to answer. I get a lot of questions on like Instagram, like, about, how do I get a job? And you know, I can only answer that question so many times before my brain fails. So I'm going to try to do this. So maybe I won't have to answer it every week, because I always want to answer everybody's questions, you know, but it also is like, my journey was stupid and weird, and it's not going to help you. So like the story, like I can't tell you how to get a job because I didn't know how to get a job. I can tell you what not to do. This talks about anyway, this little thing. Oh, and here's a good example of like, this girl right here with the cowboy hat. That's kind of how I would like normally draw, pretty like realistically. So like when I go to life drawing classes, that's how I draw. But like when I'm trying to think of style, this is how I draw. So I don't know if that like, anyway, but this little tutorial, I think I'm going to put it up next month. But this is just like I was talking about, having something to do in your free time when you're like depressed or stressed out. You can still be constructive.
Yes.
You can still be constructive even when you're, you know, like you can still, like, I don't really need to super work on my character design portfolio right now, but there's other stuff I can be doing. So this talks about inspirations. Oh yeah, here we go. Here's like my biggest Sheila Beckett. I don't even think I put Mary Blair on this page, but Shane Glines. These are some of my biggest inspirations. You know, 20 minutes ago when we were talking about this, I could have
yes.
So whatever. I'm out of order. And this talks about like not copying other artists, because I see a lot of people try to knock I think you say her name, Pernille Oram.
Yes.
Lois Van Barl. I don't know if I'm saying her name right, but you know, like there's a difference between being inspired by somebody and copying somebody.
Yes.
So I kind of talk about that and whatever. This goes on.
That's brilliant. I love it.
For 60-something pages in my free time, which I'm really stupid. I don't know why I made it this long, but anyway. So I was thinking of putting it on Gumroad or something like that, and then like, like for $5 or something if like people wanted it. I don't know.
I love that. That is brilliant.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thanks. So that's you're the first person to see it.
Now, do you need me to not show that during the interview?
Oh, I don't care. No, because I'm going to put it up in like March or something.
Okay, cool. So in theory, when this comes out, it'll be like, hey, here's where you can download that.
Oh, that'd be good.
Yeah, especially if it's on Gumroad, because you can actually just do a link from a YouTube video anyway.
Oh yeah, that'd be great. Oh, that'd be fun. Look at that. It's a synergy when a plan comes together. So yeah, that'd be fun.
Cool. I think that is the end of my questions. So Kat, this has been awesome. Thank you so much for taking time, and this has been incredible.
Yeah, it's been fun.
All right, this has been Tony Ross for the 2D Animation Virtual Summit, and we'll catch you on the next interview. Say bye, Kat.
Bye, Kat. Ha!
Alrighty. Hey Jennifer. Technically, yes and no. This is going to be up for. We'll pretty much be replaying, and it'll be in a full playlist on YouTube next week as well. But yeah, this is like still open and free. So let me do something while I'm thinking about it. I am trying to words. Where'd you go? I was trying to do a thing. Delete. Why are you so tiny? Stop that. Why is that so tiny? Can I do that? Ah, that works. By the way, if you guys are interested, definitely take a look at Kat's Patreon thing, and the book alone I think is worth it. So, not to mention Patreon is I like it. Not that I own stock or anything like that in it, But I think it's kind of a cool thing where you can actually be a patron of people you like and go, hey, this actually goes to them, helps them get a cup of coffee or something. It's kind of cool. Meanwhile, so definitely going to put that in there. Where are we at on time? I think Mr. Silver's coming up next. Give her all the... Yes, give her all... Yeah, I know, right? So give me a second. Let me get Mr. Silver's coming up next. La 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 la. Where are we at? Oh, perfect. So running a little bit behind, but I will tell you this, and I kind of mentioned it during the interview. One, Steven Silver, the posts and things that he was doing and the groups that he has on his website was the inspiration for us doing this year's theme, talking about health and mental health as far as artists and animators. And I was having I've never been clinically diagnosed with anything. It was just kind of, knowing me, it's probably I wasn't exercising enough and not getting enough water. Not to downplay anyone who actually has been clinically depressed, like, go out for a walk. That's not what I'm saying. My point is, I caught a couple of his posts on some darker days, and it was just like, it really helped. So, shout out to Steven for his inspiration for us even going this direction. And a big shout out to all of the panelists, because they had the option of not answering questions that had to do with mental health. Because I get it, it's a touchy subject. And every one of them, I'm not on camera, so you can't see me choking up. Every one of them were just like, yeah, let's talk about this. This is awesome. And so, yeah, thank you to all the panelists for that. Meanwhile, here comes Steven Silver. Hey, this is Tony Ross for the 2D Animation Virtual Summit, and I have the honor and pleasure and privilege of being joined by Mr. Steven Silver. Steven was with us last year for our first trial run at the summit, and I am grateful that he's returned. And I'll let Steven in on a little thing here and let you guys in on something. The theme of this year's summit, I was actually inspired by seeing some of the chats that I saw Steven Silver do on his channel and reaching out to people, because it's talking about the whole idea of, especially being a creative person, there's a lot of energies we have. Not all of them are good. It's like, and we have to function. And so I saw that and I was just like, I think I want to do let's make the whole theme about that, because I think it's so important and it's not talked about enough. Anyway, I'm rambling. Steven, welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me again, Tony.
It's and again, it's I want to say I'm excited about before we actually get a little bit into this, and for those who might not actually have any idea who you are, can you give us a bio of who exactly is Steven Silver?
Right. Steven Silver is an artist that came into this planet and discovered that I wanted to draw, and I didn't know where it was going to take me in my life on my journey, but I just had a feeling that this is what I was supposed to do. I wasn't thinking about anything else, and my drawing led me into learning how to do caricature once I got into high school, which led me into working in the amusement parks as a caricature artist, owning my own business, doing these things, and then all of a sudden having a desire to work in the animation field, not going to school and thinking that maybe there might be something exciting there. And I was hired as a character designer back in 1997 at Warner Brothers on a show called Hysteria, and I've been a character designer in the animation industry ever since. And some of the shows that I'm best known for was designing Kim Possible, designing Danny Phantom, Clerks, the animated series. And that's what I've been just doing along my journey. But through that, where Steven Silver really came to shine, I think, was through teaching, my passion and purpose for teaching. So a lot of things that I do now are really based on the teaching aspect because it's where I am right now in my life. But that was my journey. And that's so I'm a character designer and a teacher.
Awesome. I'm very excited on multiple reasons for you opening up your teaching thing a little bit more, and I definitely want to hear about that because one, speaking as someone who loves teaching, also wants to do stuff online. I'm like, ooh, what are you doing? How'd you do that? That's kind of cool. Yeah. But on the other part, I'm going, I really need to brush up on my character design, so I need to get new sign up as well. So, can you tell us a little bit about the school you have going on right now?
Yeah, so what I'm doing with this school, I came to the realization, and it really struck me hard when I've been teaching for years. I used to have a physical school, but one of the things that really hit me hard is a lot of my older friends, these guys who I've got to meet through life along this journey, who maybe work for Mad Magazine, different things. They get to that point and they got all this knowledge, and it's the knowledge that we're always striving for. It's just like, man, how do you do that? How do you do what you do? How do you get better? And then they've put books out there. You've seen their illustrations, but a lot of them leave this earth with no video of them drawing, nothing to show their skill set, no lessons, no that thing that we just kind of want to witness and see. And I realized as and one of my dear friends, Mort Drucker from Mad Magazine, had recently passed away. And I realized I ended up making a documentary film of him quite a few years ago, but it is the only footage of that man ever drawing and working on stuff. I'm like, no one else will ever see. I mean, it's out there, but there's no other videos. And that's why I wanted to start sharing my knowledge. I've used these tools for learning. I've been drawing working as a professional for over 30 years. I've gained a lot of knowledge, and I love the aspect of helping people and trying to help them get to the level that they want to be, whether maybe they want to work for the studios, maybe they just want to do it for a hobby, maybe they want to start their own company. And I realized that I can help people do that. So instead of me just kind of keeping that to the side, I realized the best way for me to do this is, why don't I showcase everything and develop this online school and start to really just showcase all the tools that I've used. So now it's a platform for me to take all my knowledge and just build it to help artists learn about character design, learn about gesture, learn about caricature, get in the right headspace, just as far as their whole mindset, because it's not just your art. You can't just function on art alone. You have to have a plan. You have to have an idea. You have to have a belief. You have to have a confidence. And it's through all this as part of the package, which oftentimes never gets talked about. So that's another reason. You get all these art schools and they're just trying to show you art and techniques, but it's beyond that. And I think if you really want to take this seriously and make something out of yourself, then it's this true dedication that's going to get you there. And me doing this school was a way for me to help people get there.
Awesome. So yeah, I saw when you started advertising this, I'm like, okay, dude, you got to talk about this because, and again, because it's like I think there's not only you, there are a couple of people who actually got this idea, and I think it's brilliant because there are a lot of people, and some of them, and I don't think they're doing it on purpose, where it's almost, as you said, they are moving on, and no one thinks, by the way, I wanted to know this. And for me, even what I want to start doing with the summit is reaching out to people and going, yeah, anyone could ask you this question of, oh, well, what software to use? Or what about this? It's like, I want to ask some other questions. There was this old school show. I don't know if you remember it, but back in I want to say 80s and 90s, it was called Movie Magic. And Movie Magic, basically, it was showing like right when Independence Day came out, they would go in and instead of just showing the thing for, as my professor would say, the great unwashed, they would really get in there and go, oh, by the way, The White House, it was destroyed. Yeah, here's the model maker. By the way, did you know they put little pieces of furniture in here, and then this is how it composited. These are the computers they used.
Yeah, it's so
And
cool.
I've never really seen that with what we do, or with the animation. It's like, well, where is it? They'll do, oh, here's how to draw this character. Can I know a little bit more about that? So, for
Right.
instance, when people are doing something, if they say, oh, they use Harmony for this, really? What kind of deformer was this? Was this hand drawn? Is it pose to pose? How is it done?
Yeah.
And just kind of really getting into the nitty gritty of it. So again, thank you, one, for joining us, and thank you for being the inspiration for this year's summit. My first question to you, and I'm really curious to hear this. What would you say is the worst offense to have in your portfolio that you see more often than not?
Well, it used to be, I think people were putting a lot of other people's artwork that they saw and just doing slight manipulation and putting it in their portfolio. But I would say the biggest crime of a portfolio is not to show enough production-oriented work. And that's whether you're doing props, storyboards, characters, background, where people are just trying to show all the finish and they're not showing the process. And what you got to understand that in order to get to the finish, you have to have the process. And that's where the directors or producers, anyone who's sort of involved at that level, needs to be able to make decisions and look at work and say whether it's good enough to move on to the next phase. And if you're showing your development, that's what people want to see. You're going to get a script and it's going to say, let's just say for character base, all right, we need a panda dragon combination. All right, well, I'm not just going to show you my one image of my panda dragon. I'm going to show you multiple variations, and I'm not going to tighten them all up and color them and render them. I'm just going to show you anywhere from 4 drawings to 20 drawing variations of how I got there, and then you show the final result. So like the cleanup. And I think that's what people are missing. They're missing like showing the expressions or the turnarounds, and they just want to get to the finish way too much. And I think that's what the biggest crime is in a lot of portfolios, because people end up just oftentimes rendering stuff and polishing stuff that just shouldn't even be rendered. It just doesn't have the meat and potatoes. It doesn't have the foundation. It's missing the life. And people, there's going to be other things of production. You might be showing someone in the production where you're just showing some hand gestures, or maybe you're showing just the sleeves. You might show an arm and maybe the sleeve is just pulling down, and you just got to show the inside and how there's going to be a color difference on the inside of the sleeve maybe than the outside. And you're just showing, excuse me, subtle things like that. And that helps. Maybe you got someone with an expression with their tongue out, because we need to know what color their tongue is going to be. So adding just as many roughs into your portfolio is going to be one of the ingredients that's going to make a director or production team, when they see your portfolio come out of the blue, just get submitted, they're going to look through it and see, oh, this person knows production, because we need a production designer. We're not just looking for a character designer or a prop designer. We need these people to be production savvy, because there's going to be a lot of work, because people are throwing in this rendering, say this panda dragon that they've spent 2 days working on. You're not going to have that luxury, especially in TV and feature you might, but on the television side, you might have to design anywhere from 50 to 100 characters, and that's not including sometimes the turnarounds, the expressions, the mouth charts, the bottom of a shoe, because the character jumps in the air, but now the color stylist needs to know what the bottom of the shoe looks like. So you're not just designing shoes, say you're drawing props, design the underneath of the shoes, design the inside of the shoes, and you got to just really think like you're taking things apart. And if you have that mindset when you're working on your portfolio, you're going to have a lot more success.
That is, damn, I knew I had to ask you that for a reason. I was like, okay, that makes so much sense. And at the same time, I'm glad that I'm not in production and I'm more on the teaching side, because it's like Yeah, because I think anytime I normally share stuff, it's like, oh, here's a finished piece, but it's literally like, oh, it's almost like old school math class. Show your work.
Right, right. How did you get there? Don't just show me the solution. Let's see what the sort of problem evolved, right? And that's a great almost analogy with that. Just going through a math problem, the teacher's not just going to let you give them the answer. They're like, show me how you got to that answer. And then that's the exact same thing with the art and everything else. Show me how you got there, and then I'll have more faith in you. Then I know you're not just a one-trick pony, that you just have one idea. I want to see that, yo, you got a bunch of ideas. I like the way you think. And that's what they're looking for too.
Awesome. Do you worry that the field of animation or even character art in general is completely oversaturated with no signs of letting up? Or do you think that all of this competition is a good thing?
I'm especially in today's day and age, I think there used to be a lot of limitation. There was limitation in the studios, how many productions were going at one time. Maybe when I was back in 97 and I was at, say, Warner Brothers and going on to Disney, maybe you'd have about 4 or 5 shows in production. Now they got about 10 shows in production, or maybe they're developing 18 shows. And there's so much more stuff going on. There's always going to be the demand, and even more so. This was pre-Netflix, this was pre-Hulu, this was pre-Amazon. Now even more so is there going to be a demand, just the constant need. But again, looking for quality stuff. So I don't know that. I think there's people are always going to find work. There's a lot of people doing it, but I think nowadays you can have your own business, have your own t-shirt business on the internet. You can set up at conventions once this whole pandemic is over. You can sell prints, you can build a Patreon, if you have the savvy, and that's something that I teach on my Silver Drawing Academy, is I want people to think about that. You got to have the savvy, the business savvy, and realize that, hey, if you're an artist and you're a good artist, again, this isn't going to be for everyone, because some people, they're just not at the level yet. Doesn't mean they can't get there. They're going to get there if they know where it is they want to go, and they have a routine and they're working towards it. But eventually you can make your own business. And there's a model that I heard, I can't remember who wrote it, a famous author. He wrote a book about 10,000 hours and all this other stuff. But the thing that he did say is about, number one, finding your tribe. So that's why you see a lot of people, whether they're on through Patreon or they're through DeviantArt or ArtStation, whatever it may be, these people are finding their tribe of the people that like the sort of work that they do. And his philosophy was, just think about it. If you're an independent whatever, and you have, say, just 1,000, only 1,000 real loyal followers. Like
right.
These people are like super loyal, and they love what you do and they value what you do, and they're going to benefit, and they decide that they're going to buy your product, whether you're selling t-shirts or you're selling drinking water or whatever it is. And those people end up throughout the year just spending $100, right? $25. Mm-hmm. That's $100,000 a year, 6-figure income, just from 1,000 people who are loving what it is that you do, because you've generated something of value and content which benefits them. And whatever product, if you're selling tires, you're selling artwork, whatever it is that you do. So with that mindset, I don't feel like there's an oversaturation. I think it's just people. I do feel there's a lot of blending. I feel like a lot of people are just emulating other people so much that it starts to all look the same. I feel there's a lot of that. And that didn't exist before the internet when I was learning. When I was learning, I had maybe about 10 different artists that I followed, because I love the way that guy did hair. I love the way that guy did folds in clothing. I like the way that guy drew hands. I like whatever it is, and you take from all these different sources. But now people are like, well, what brush did you use? If I use that brush, then I get the exact same effect as you, as opposed to finding sometimes your own way and doing that, I think is very important. That's where it gets a little oversaturated. I think if people are seeing the same thing over and over again, they start to lose interest. And you just got to keep that in mind, because we all feel that way. If I'm going to lose interest if I'm doing the same thing over and over and over again all the time, or seeing the same thing over. You want a change of pace. It's like, can you imagine watching the same movie over and over and over again? That's you only had one choice on Netflix. That's kind of what happens a little bit with these styles that are just like everyone's just doing the same thing. And that's where you got to really be careful with that. But I think it's a great time for the industry. It's going to keep getting busier. I'd say the people who have the advantage, tapping into your portfolio question again, is the people who have production orientated portfolios are going to have a one up over the people who could have an awesome illustrated portfolio that's just everything so clean and finished and done. Because I've seen and heard of those guys, they get in the studio and they get fired. Their stuff was beautiful. They thought, wow, they could do it, but they couldn't even do a simple opening of the mouth, or, for the mouth chart, or they'd go extreme, like, hey, I just need you to draw this person's mouth open like they're screaming at someone, because we need to see what's happening with the teeth underneath. And they draw this huge illustrative thing, and it's just all wild and crazy and nice. Like, what are you doing? You've spent way too much time on this. You're way overthinking this. We just got to keep this moving. And that's the people who are going to keep going through the system. You got to work quickly. You got to work fast, and that'll be your advantage.
Awesome. Yeah, what is it? 1,000 True Fans. I think of it, and I can't think of the guy who wrote it either. But I love that, the idea that you're pushing that. I think because even when I was teaching way back in early 2000s, I felt almost everyone else in my department was like, "Well, yeah, let's try to get them a job at Pixar. Let's try to get them a job here." And I'm going, "Do you realize there's only like one or two of those?" And so I would tell my students, "It's like, great. While you're trying to get that, also do your own stuff."
Absolutely.
Here's where, like, at the time, it felt weird to say this, but it's like, at the time, I remember telling my students, "Hey, there's this new thing called YouTube.
Yeah.
You can put your stuff on there, and you don't have to wait for someone to give you an okay.
Right.
Put your stuff out there. Put your animations out there." And I remember them looking at me like, "What? You want us to do what?" Like, no, it's called YouTube. Look it up, man. It's awesome. So.
Yeah, listen, you're exactly right. It's just like, you take the initiative. You have the power to decide, am I going to sit around and wait for someone else to tell me to do it? When's the right time to act, or do I just do it? And I was talking to one of the guys that I know that runs Titmouse Animation. I said, how do you guys hire a lot of your artists? He said, believe it or not, we find them on YouTube and Vimeo. They've created their own animation, and we can see that they're capable. And that becomes, wow, look at this guy's animation, and they're going to get hired from that. So think about all the people that aren't doing that.
Right.
And how am I going to get a job? How am I going to this? And they're constantly questioning, when it's just like, you just got to, I always love the thing. And I think I always remember it from, I think it was Bull Durham, the Kevin Costner movie, where it's like, build it and they will come, is when I first heard that term. About, just build it. And that's what it is. Just build it and they will come. And that's the mindset that I think goes for anything. It's like, plant it and it will grow, push it and it'll move, whatever it is, it's the same thing. You just know, if you're not doing anything, nothing's happening. You can talk about it all you want, but if you're not doing anything actively, to using that energy to make something move and nurture it and give it what it needs, nothing's happening. And so if you could talk to you blue in the face, but you gotta act, and you gotta just start more than anything to make stuff happen.
I say this with love. Shut up, Stephen. I mean, I needed to hear that. That's what I meant. It's like, it's my favorite thing, because like, I'll have a friend of mine will write something on Facebook, and I'm like, damn it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I hear you. Get out of my head. Leave me alone. Awesome. So, speaking of Facebook and social media and all the different social media drugs, I think this is going to lean heavily toward that. What is your opinion on cancel culture and the arts, specifically our community? Should artists start censoring or regulating themselves more, especially on social media?
I really don't think so. I don't know. It just seems like the first thing that it evokes in my mind when you say that, I just almost just like think about the Renaissance, and I think about all the museums I've visited in the world, and you just see stuff that is completely inappropriate, wrong. But it was a moment of those times, it was a reflection of that era and that life. And again, I think art is subjective, that just the actual, however you draw it, whatever you do, it's just like, who's to say that's right or wrong? And but just like, I don't know, I think this is where you have your voice. It's like to stop a poet from really creating what's in their mind, or a writer just saying, no, you cannot talk about this. And it's like, well, then I just don't know where to go. I mean, that's where my mind's taking me. And all I know, it just feels so much better when I'm drawing and I allow myself just to sort of throw up on the page, I like to call it, and just draw whatever comes to mind. And there's no right and there's no wrong. And there's no, it's my own judgment. It's my own decision. And I think there could be a danger if you're stopping yourself from showing your true voice because you're afraid that someone might tell you that's inappropriate. And again, that's going to happen. I mean, again, unfortunately, you can't please everyone. People are going to be offended. I was just talking last night, I was watching this great comedian on Netflix. I can't remember her name. Oh my God. She was just hilarious. But anyway, I was thinking, God, she was so like just rude. But it was so funny. And I was remembering this comedian, Don Rickles. I don't know if you remember him.
Yes, I remember Don Rickles.
I like that guy would never survive today. In that sense, it's just like, can you imagine if you're saying Don Rickles, you can't make fun of that person who's sitting in the audience right there. His whole career could have never happened, right? So I think that's the same thing with art, because maybe like I know guys who are they make a great living just drawing for like nude magazine stuff, like porno stuff. They animate for porno and do all this. And if they didn't do that, number one, maybe there was no other way they were going to make a living. But again, it just opens up, and you got to find that. And maybe just once again, it means like finding your tribe, right? Finding the people that like that like horror comics, horror and nudity, those people who like this mixed with that, right? And you try to find those people, and don't try to associate yourself with people that are completely against horror and nudity. It's like, I'm not going to go to that convention. I'm not going there if that's what people are going to not like. So I think say what you want to say, be what you want to be, but also just try to find your audience too. Because again, some things can be extremely offensive, and just be prepared that, okay, what you're doing right now, just keep in mind, you might just rub people the wrong way. Again, your choice if that's what you want to do, but maybe there are things for sure to think through.
Excellent. I think, yes, it's that whole idea that what works for you doesn't work for everyone else. I find myself, I know for a fact, it's like when I first got on Facebook, I was job hunting at the time. So I knew that was another way to network. So even my personal Facebook page, I always tell people it's business under the guise of being personal. So I'll sometimes post things that maybe something social or political has rubbed me the wrong way. And I've gotten into these heated debates with people, and occasionally someone steps way out of line and says something really inappropriate. Right. And I'm going, hey, that's not cool, buddy. Yeah. And it's funny. I have people going, oh my gosh, Tony, you can tell you're a man of God. You're so patient. I was like, no, because I know in my head, no, this isn't Tony for real. This is Tony on Facebook. Yeah. You want to try saying that directly to my face, that might be a different story.
Right.
It's like, as long as there are no cameras around, we're good. It's like
always phone somewhere recording you somewhere.
Yeah. It's like Tony Teach knocks this guy out. No, it wasn't me, man. That was my twin. Yeah. But yeah, I find myself, I normally give there was, and I don't want to call their name because eventually, hopefully, I'll get to interview them. But I remember when I use them as an example. There was a voiceover artist, and they also did music, but they also had these tasteful, but they were still kind of pin-up things. And I'm like, and so I would tell my students, don't ever do your website where you have all of this here. She needs to have this site. I'll say she or he. Well, she. It's like that there should be a music site. There should be a voiceover site. And considering your voice is for kids, you're doing kids voiceover stuff. Maybe that should be separate. But at the same time, I was like, but what do I know? They're still getting hired. Maybe they know exactly what they're doing.
Right. Yeah. You just never know. I mean, I think that there's so many people that are going to have their regular life. They got to show one face, and then at nighttime they're going, off to these crazy clubs or something. I mean, again, you don't know. It's people are going to have what their life in the public, and then there's behind closed door life, right? Yes. And there's that. So there's definitely that difference. And I think the best way that I have found to live a real, fruitful, amazing life is when you're truly open and honest, and your in public persona is no different than behind closed doors persona. You don't have, there's no faking anything. There's nothing that you're never going to get caught in a lie. You're never going to get caught doing something wrong. Because who I am right now in front of you is who I am when I'm dealing with my kids, or I'm dealing with, it's just like, there's no difference. And I think and the same thing when people teach, people say, how do you teach? How do you get up there and say, I said, just talk about you, what your experiences. Don't try to be someone else. Don't try to be this necessarily. And I know a lot of actors do it, right? I was watching a great documentary with Paris Hilton. Mm-hmm. It's on YouTube. It was really great. And, but how her persona is so different from her real home life, who she is. Same thing with like a guy like Howard Stern, it's just like from who he is out there in the public media compared to who he is behind closed doors. And you could say that about thousands of celebrities and people in the public eye. So it's like, oh, who am I going to be when I'm in front of this person? Do I need to act this way? But when you're you and you just always you, it's so easy. Like life is just so easy because it's just like, I'm just being me. And there was this great author, Oscar Wilde. He said, be yourself because everyone else is already taken. Yes. And that's what it is. It's just like, stop trying to be someone else. Stop trying to do, is this what you truly believe? Then say what you truly believe. Is this who you really are? Just say who you really are. Just be yourself. And then it sort of solves those sort of dilemmas or problems. And it just makes life a little bit more, what I've experienced, a little bit more smooth sailing because you don't, there's no, I don't know. It's just, what I'm saying. I think there's a,
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
It's in, like I said, I can honestly say that I'm not quite there yet. Like I said, I normally either break mine up between either, like I said, different, I'll write or even create under different things years ago. And I'm actually kind of showcasing them during a summit. But years ago, I remember saying I needed to have a outlet or someone who could actually speak for me. There are things that I want to say, and I would joke about it, but it's like being a 6'4", like almost 6'4", 400, almost about 400-pound black male. There are certain things I can't say without people losing it. Like, so I would occasionally be pissed off, and so I'd actually keep writing down these little comments, like, and I wouldn't write them online, but it's like I write them out. Yeah. And eventually I came up with the persona of Berry Angry. So it's this cute little strawberry. And I always tell him he's a strawberry with a bitter strawberry with no filter. And so his main thing is, just because I haven't actually smacked you in the face with a brick, right, doesn't mean that I'm not thinking about it.
Right.
Often.
Yeah.
And so it's like, and occasionally it's for me it's one of those things of someone would either say or do something super or something would piss me off and I'm just like how would Barry handle this? So I kind of do my own thing. It's like these are different personalities. Like I'm not going to curse you out, but thank you for the inspiration. And the funny thing is, even working on the summit, something really irritated me, and I was having a problem sleeping, and that line came up. It's like, just because I haven't smacked you in the face with a brick doesn't mean I haven't thought about it. I was like, so yeah, for me, I just kind of go, oh, I'm just going to channel that energy over here.
Right. So you felt like you were kind of through the internet on that, so whether it's Facebook, whatever it is, you're able just to have this other persona to truly say what's on your mind, but you're not going to say that if you saw someone in public or something,
right,
or someone said something. Yeah.
It's kind of like what is it? Aesop's Fables. And even I will read something that I've written, whether it's under I have what is it? There's Barry Angry. There's another character that's Pookie Johnson, which I'll send you one of his recordings later. But it's like the idea of it is, I can hear the things that are said, and I know exactly what situation it is. There are some things that are very political, but they never come out and say, "Oh, President this or this Congressman this." It's never that way. But I hear what's written and go, I know what that situation was. Okay, cool. And it's kind of for me, I guess it's cathartic the way, therapeutic, one of those.
Yeah. No, I think that's important. It's like knowing what kind of works for you. I think if you're able to channel it and do something like that, and you find that it helps in that way, that's the thing. It's like, that's you, right? It's like, what's going to work for you. And I think it's having this mentality. I was just talking with my wife yesterday about like this fight or flight mentality that everyone has, right? Some people are going to be very confrontational and get ready right into the fight of it. And other people are going to be like flight. So like my wife is always trying to help people, no matter what the situation, where it is. And oftentimes I'm like, yeah, easy. Don't get involved in that situation right there. It's just like, if she sees people arguing over it, I'm like, you don't even know those people, don't, where I'm more of that, flight, like, that situation, or, it's to the point where I've never been in the situation. I mean, I always, it's a funny situation, but not so much. But I remember I was just in the restroom stall at a casino, and I was in the stall, and there was an old man next to me in the stall, and he was all of a sudden just started groaning and doing everything, and no one was doing anything. And I was in the other stall, and then I started to say, "Sir, are you okay?" And no, I'm like, all this stuff going on. I said, "Oh my God!" And so I finished what I needed to do, and he couldn't even reach the thing. I had to crawl underneath the stall, and this guy was like this, probably in his 80s, just old veteran guy who his body whole froze up and he couldn't move and all this stuff. And I helped in that situation. And it's part of the Eagle Scout or Boy Scout certain thing in me. But right. There's also the thing in me where if I saw someone in a situation where they're sometimes even like, bleeding on the side of the road or something happened, I'd be like kind of skeptical. I'm like, man, what if I touch the guy and something happens and I make it worse? And then the guy sues me now because you know what I'm saying? It's just like, I get that.
It's like, what is it? I think Ellen DeGeneres was talking about this one time. Like, when you're a kid, your imagination, you have all these really cool things. But as an adult, your imagination stops you from doing things. It's like, but what if this goes wrong? And
right.
then this.
For sure. Exactly. I think those are all the things we have to work through. I think just from childhood onwards, I think through our whole lives, we're always going to be second guessing. And it always just reminds me of a great quote by Mark Twain, who said, "I've had many problems in my life, many of which have never occurred." And think of all those problems that we did create in our mind that never happened. We thought that person was going to say this and they didn't. Or we thought that was going to happen and it didn't. And it's just like, why did I do that? Why don't I just act? Why don't I just do? what I feel is appropriate? Why don't I do what I feel is the right thing? Why don't I just invest in myself and I'm going to try this? I'm going to put it out there. I'm going to, like you're doing with the summit, right? It's just like, you're not sitting on your side doing nothing, you're out there, you're doing it. You're making this happen. You're taking initiative. You're doing what it takes. You don't know what's going to become of it. You don't know where it's going to go. You don't know who's going to see it, but you know that you're following your gut instinct that's telling you, I want to do this and I need to do it. And there's just something that just feels good about it. And I think those are the things we all have to follow, is just our gut intuition, and just not let there be, again, that person, whether oftentimes it's a family member, stopping you from doing this. I just did a little video today for my students, and I posted on YouTube too, about don't always tell people what your dreams are.
Yes.
And there's, right? Because all of a sudden they're just going to be like, well, I don't know. Have you really thought that through? And what if this doesn't happen? And what if you don't? And all of a sudden causing all this doubt inside your mind, as opposed to, you know what? I'm just going to take it as far as I can do quietly, and I'm going to do my best. And if I need help, I'm going to reach out. I'm going to ask people if I know someone that can maybe help me, or I'm going to research what I need to research. But sometimes it's not always a great idea to share your dreams with people, because they'll stop you in your tracks.
I'll let you know, and I don't even know if you know this or not, but it's funny that you brought up the summit. The last year, it was because I'd been off of Facebook for a bit, and I had this idea, and I started talking about alter egos. I was studying a book by Jen Sincero called "You're a Badass," which is an awesome book. But I started thinking about the idea of, well, who's my best self? So I started referring to him as Tony Prime. So I said, cool, I think my birthday week, I'm going to do a summit. Cool. So that was on Monday. And occasionally that little voice sitting on my shoulder, call it angel, demon, whichever one you call it, but Tony Prime would go, yeah, cool. You got this person, great. You're going to get Steven Silver on the show. Wait, what? I don't know Steven. Yeah, somebody knows him. So like Thursday morning, it's like, go to Facebook, see if he's on Facebook. How many mutual friends do you have? This many? Now, which one of those do you think really knows him? Okay, cool. So I get, and it's like, call Mark. So I call Mark. Mark, do you Facebook know Steven Silver, or do you know Steven Silver?
Yeah.
It's like, I know him. And it's like, and for me, I think for me, like, and I mentioned the whole Facebook thing for a reason. I think being off of there got me back to my mindset that I used to be when I was younger, where I would go, what is the worst that they can say? No. And then you go on. Okay, cool. Even in dating, you'd be like, hey, you want to go out with me? Okay, cool. Hey, do you want to go out with me? It's like, and you have to take that approach. So I think the idea of not letting people know, don't help people stop you. You have to keep moving forward.
Well, and you're seeing that there's such a, look at the trail you went through, right? It's just like that. This is the beautiful thing. This is why I love hearing this, and I love hearing just you even sharing that little story, because that's what it's all about. It's always by, how do you build a puzzle piece by piece? And you start taking those little pieces and you have a picture of what you want to create. And that creation is that castle in the sky, in the clouds. And that's the picture you see, whatever it may be. That castle for you is your summit. That castle for me is the school. That castle for that person is the graphic novel. The castle for that other person is to own a house and get married, whatever it may be. And you have that image, and it's up to you now. It's not just going to appear. It's not just going to be given to you. You're going to start to go, okay, let me start taking these pieces and formulate them. Who knows this guy? Let me go to Facebook. And then boom, boom, boom. And you're going through this trail, which eventually keeps adding. And all of a sudden, here it is, right? The piece of the puzzle, the picture is being created. How? Because of you. Because you had the desire, you had the vision, you had the drive, you had the momentum, you had the courage. You have all these things that led you just to keep taking action and to get you exactly where you want to be. And I think that's what I want to share with all the artists. It's just like, what is it? What is that what do you want? What's that puzzle picture? And just start building the pieces. You don't need to have this all figured out. You just don't. You just need to know that I'm going to get it started and see how far I can take it.
Yes. Yeah, thank you for that. I think I said I really wanted to share that. I think, and even when I'm going to be, because of course, I'm normally, I'm playing like a DJ during the summit because like I'm playing all the pre-recorded things, but I haven't shared the challenges publicly that I've gone through with the summit, and even the whole mental aspect of it. And I'm not sharing it because again, you don't help people help
Right.
people stop you. So I'll be definitely putting this out there.
Yeah.
I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Not even for 25K would I draw or animate blank. What's in that blank, if anything? And let me be clear. The 25K, not only is it a reasonable amount for what they're asking, let's say it's quite generous.
Yeah.
So I'm curious on that. What's your blank, if anything?
I just wouldn't do anything that I know is just going to blatantly offend people. I think it just fits into this category of being offensive in a way. I never want to hurt people. I'm not going to do something to offensively hurt someone about your ethnicity, your religion, your weight, your mental ability, or something that says, hey, we're going to pay you, 25 grand, and we're going to be making fun of all these people on the spectrum, and we're doing stuff. It's just like, no, I'm not doing that. It's just like, I don't want to be a part of that. I don't want my name associated with anything that's going to just be negative. And there's broad things that are just negative. We know that there's a lot of stuff from again, just making fun of someone's, the color of their skin, where it taps into the ethnic, the racist, the religious thing. And, I've gone through that stuff growing up as a Jewish kid in England and coming to America. I used to hide from telling people I was Jewish all the time because of all the things people would say about Jewish people. And so I would never tell anyone I was Jewish. It was something I hid. I'm not going to, and those sort of things just stick with you, where I know how much that affected me and hurt me to where I was ashamed of my own religion, and so there's things that I'm definitely not tapping into. Anything that I know is going to offend or hurt other humans. No, I don't want to be involved in it. So that's my thing.
I love that. And as I was telling someone else, I didn't do it as much last year, but this year I feel part of me was like, I've recycled a lot of questions, but at the same time, I liked it because not everyone has this way different response.
Mm-hmm.
And I think my favorite from this summit is a young lady. When I asked her that question, she said that she wouldn't be able to draw or animate spit. And I was like, wait, what? And she explained, she's like, no, it was a childhood thing. Like somebody had hocked a loogie on her, but she didn't realize what it was. And she was even traumatized, even talking about it. And I was just like, that is, wow. Okay.
Damn.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's like,
yeah.
It was like, because everyone has like, oh, I wouldn't do this, or I wouldn't. And to hear that, I was just like, that is really interesting. But on the,
crazy.
I think, and again, it's again part of the puzzle thing, because I'm literally in the middle of rebranding what Tony Teach looks like. And the irony of me saying this right now, and anyone listening, is the fact that you're on camera and I am not on camera. There is, I used to tell people, like, had it not been for places like Creative Cow or lynda.com saying, Tony, send us a headshot, I usually don't. I keep it, I would always hide behind my brand, my logo. I'll hide behind, oh, you don't need to see my face anyway. I'm teaching you how to use Tim Bim Harmony. That's what I'm doing. And hiding behind my non-regional dialects. So, and because of recent events, I had to look at that and go, am I being part of the problem by constantly hiding? So I have to rethink that. So thank you.
Yeah.
And it's
No,
kind of one of those, it's like, again, it's like part of me is going, I really need to hear that. And the other part of me is going, damn it, Stephen.
Yeah, no, that's great. Listen, it also adds just a personal element and touch to it. I was watching a marketing video once, and they were just talking about on the homepage of a website, a missed opportunity is showing people a human in there. It doesn't have to be you, but some, human, because people, we see humans all the time, and all of a sudden you put a face to it, there becomes a little bit more of a personal connection. There becomes if someone's giving you a quote, like on a main page, not that you're going to have someone's image for every quote, but just to show that that person is real, that they really exist, with a little bit of a headshot. Or this is why they always ask for headshots, like you said. Just even doing this, I know any convention I've been a part of, anything I've been involved in, workshops, it's always, can we get a headshot? And we know the just importance of that is just showing, again, that this person's real. We live in a world of just bots, right? Of just the internet, and hide behind this screen and all that, to where when we want that personal connection, and I think as humans, we don't want that to go away. And I think it's, the more you do it, the better, and it's just a good thing.
Coolness.
And you got a nice beard too.
I've been working on that for a while. I used to, in my younger days, I think when I was in the military, I said I had semi-biannual shaving. Like it's like basic training. I think I shaved once.
No, it's got a nice shape to it. So, what branch of the service were you in?
I was Army Reserve for a very brief period of time. So it's let me ask you this, because you are like a lot of the panelists are crazy busy, and I'm going, okay, how the hell do you pull that off? So does your approach to schedules change when you're working on a personal project versus a project for a job or for a client?
Yeah, I think that, there's always going to be the deadlines with the client. And when I'm working for myself, it can just be any time of the day, I work on the weekends, and it's just more of a natural, spontaneous, I'm going to just work on this thing right now. But with the client, there's always going to be that little bit of stress, or not stress, but the pressure of like, it's Tuesday, they need it by Thursday. Okay, let me figure out my schedule. Okay, I'm not going to maybe be able to work on my own personal project for the next day because I got to get this done. So it's just about arranging and shifting things. But I also find what's really helped me become, when I'm doing work for the professional, for an actual job, is that I don't always come just straight to my studio where I am right now and sit down and have my coffee by my side and go, okay, now I gotta put on my, hat for the studio and do this. I might just be sitting outside in my backyard drawing on a sketch pad, and I think about it like I'm drawing for me, that this is my time. I'm doing it for me, even though you're gonna get it at the end of the day. I'm still just drawing. I'm drawing on lined paper. I'm drawing on regular paper. I'm just drawing on, because I'll take then snapshots of my artwork. And I know everyone's different, their process. Some people need the digital aspect, but if they're using iPads, or they're using Fresco and Photoshop, or whatever they may be using, or, all the different things, then you're just treating it like that. And I find that's kind of helped me not make it feel like a pressure or a deadline, but made me feel like I'm really just doing this for me, because right now that's what I'm doing. I'm not doing anything else but drawing, whether it's for me to post on social media, for me to give to a client. It's still me drawing it right now.
Coolness. I think my hardest thing is, it's for me, I can put it off. And then I have this floating deadline that my thing that was supposed to take me 2 weeks to record a class. Oh crap, it's 3 years. Damn it. And I wish I were joking, but I know exactly what class I'm talking about that I'm still working on. And it's like, great.
Yeah, piece by piece. My solution to all this stuff is I say piece by piece will bring you peace. you know? And so
Ooh.
if you do that and not look at it, because right now what stops a lot of people from working on their own personal projects, not only are they thinking about, oh, I gotta, you know, do this comic book, but all of a sudden what they're thinking about this comic book turns into, oh my God, there's going to be 50 pages. Oh my God, then I got to draw it, and then I got to ink it, and then I got to color it, and now I got to go find someone to print it for me, and then I got to go to conventions, and then I got to try to get a backdrop for the convention and set up. Oh no, now I need business cards, and then when I do that, and there's all this thing in a matter of seconds, making you see this big giant, like, oh my God, that's just going to be impossible. But everything I've done this way, from my very first book, The Art of Silver, my obligation was I am going to work on just 1 page a day. That means scanning it, not 2, not 3. And even if I finish that 1 page in 20 minutes, I'm done. Because I follow this philosophy by this guy named Wallace Wattles, a great philosopher, long dead now. But he said, don't do tomorrow's work today. And that stuck with me, that, why am I jumping into, why can't I allow myself to relax? So, and I realized piece by piece, I was able to, now I got 10 pages done. Now I got 20 pages done. And again, it's not this overwhelming thing. So even when I was making videos, because I have over 300 videos on my current school right now, and each week I'm doing a new video. So there's constantly added content besides what's already on there. And as I was putting it together, I could have said, because my goal was, before I launched this, I want to have 200 videos in the can before I launch my school.
Okay.
Now, that could be extremely overwhelming, 200 video. Oh my God. But I realized if I just go into my studio and I work on 1 or 2 videos and I plan my day and I do that, it's going to get done. And lo and behold, you know what happened? It got done. And that's what happens.
Dang. Okay. I'm like, huh.
Don't have to do it all at once.
Not all at once.
Yeah. Again, it's the urgency, right? Because everything is so quick right now. The phone, the swiping, the connection, everything's just zap, 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 zap. And so we're being trained to move into everything with this zap approach of just instantaneous, and we need it now, and we got to have it shipped today, and we can't wait till tomorrow, and we need this now, and we can't watch a video that's longer than 5 minutes long because, and that's why, it's all this stuff. And that's even, I'll be honest with you, all my videos are under 5 minutes long. I made them their own lesson under 5 minutes long because this is how people learn. This is how we take things in, bite size. Then I can digest it. It's like sometimes my wife, if she's speaking to me about something, if she goes on for more than 3 minutes into a whole nother topic, it's I don't even remember what you just said. I one thing at a time, please. It's like with everyone, with anything. It's just in school. Okay, we're moving on to chapter 2. But wait, I haven't even learned chapter 1 yet. What are you talking about? I don't even know how to add 2 plus 2. What are you talking about going to this next phase? And this is why it's just what's, I think, the root cause, even more so now with all of this, is just our attention spans and just we got to have the whole thing figured out right now. It's like, no, you don't. Just when you plant that lemon tree, I promise you it's not going to be here next week. You're going to have to wait. You know how long an avocado tree takes from the time you plant its seed? Right? It could take between 5 to 7 years before it bears its actual fruit. And that's nurturing it and watering it and putting it in the right environment and making sure there's enough heat, that it's in the warm climate, that it's getting enough water. That's what we have to do. We have to make sure, number one, we put ourselves in the right environment. And number two, we got to make sure that we're constantly nurturing ourselves daily and watering ourselves and working towards what eventually we want to make happen in 2 years from now, 3 years from now. Because even again, with your summit, you just started this last year. This is in its infancy. Think about what year 3, year 4, year 5, you just keep up the momentum. Again, it just starts to build, and before you know it, it's going to blossom and it's going to be what it was supposed to be, because you never gave up. You never stopped watering it just because people weren't eating the fruit. I need my tree I want my tree to keep producing. Just because there's going to be some rotten apples and the apples are going to fall and they're going to be rotten, and so they're going to go through seasons. And that's another thing. You're going to go through these seasons. Nature goes through seasons. The apple tree doesn't keep producing, or avocado tree all year round. It's allowed to take breaks. So are you. And you work on these things, and your goal is to produce the fruit that people will start to enjoy. And then you just keep maintaining that, and you keep improving it, and just clipping it, and nurturing it, and doing things to it. And that's what this is all about. And that's the most important thing to always remember. And I think too many people give up way too soon. And I just had a student who commented in the community section on my website, was just like, listen, I'm not getting, I don't, when I post on Instagram and stuff, I just don't get likes. What am I doing wrong? And they had some good artwork. What am I doing wrong? It's like, should I keep going? And it's like, of course, don't just do this for the likes. You do this because you want to do it, and you're going to keep doing it, and you're going to keep putting stuff out there. And when the audience is right, and when the audience finds itself to you, they're going to be the people that you want to be there anyway. There's so many people, they got like 1 million followers, but most of them, they don't even open up an email, or they don't even follow them. They're just these numbers, and it's just not real. It's not truth. And it's like, just do what you love and keep doing it, and something will become of it. And that's what this is all about. Just try.
Okay. Two things. One, I think you and the rest of the panelists have a bet running to say, okay, who can make Tony tear up the most when he's not on camera? And it's like, thanks, man. I needed that. And secondly, there's a funny story, or a kind of a funny story. I remember the magazine Imagine Effects. I think it's Imagine Effects.
Yeah.
No, or Design Effects. It's Imagine. Okay. Which one is it?
Imagine Effects?
Imagine Effects. So I remember studying and seeing Bobby Chu's work in that, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is incredible. And I remember on his site he had these different pieces of work, and it was really affordable to get a print. And I kept thinking, oh, I'm going to get this print. And it was like $40 or something like that. But I kept putting it off. And, he's in the magazines, or everything pops up. Time goes by, and this small production, some dude named Tim Burton or whatever, hires this guy to do character design. And then seemingly overnight, all the prints are gone. And I'm just like, damn it. It's like, because he didn't do them like open-ended. And I was like, man, I really, okay. So I had to, it's that whole thing of like, you just keep putting in the work, and it's where all of a sudden people are like, oh man, you've got a lot of stuff. So
listen, that's a lesson on don't procrastinate.
Yes.
I mean, I learned that lesson when I always wanted to buy an Al Hirschfeld piece of artwork, and when it was more affordable. He died, and I waited way too late, and then he died, and I'm just talking about a print, not an original, just like the Giclée. I just wanted one of like the Beatles or something, and I kept putting it off, and then there's a couple of things happened. Number one, he died, and then all of a sudden, all that went up in price, and then it was just became like I couldn't even afford it anymore. And then there was another time with Al Hirschfeld again, where same instance, where a friend of mine a couple people I knew went and called him up, and just went and visited his house in New York. Oh. And so for those of you guys that don't know, Al Hirschfeld, just a very famous caricature artist. He lived to be almost 100 years old. And I kept putting it off, and then he died. And then it's just like, oh my God, but that's procrastination. Now I could have maybe gone to Al Hirschfeld's house and then talked to Al Hirschfeld. And so it's these opportunities that's why you got to go with your gut, or you'll be in a rut. Sometimes you just got to go with it. And if you're really feeling it, just act on it. Then you won't have, at least you won't have regrets, because now I got regrets. You got regrets, and that's where most of people will have regrets in life. I shoulda, coulda, woulda. Well, why didn't I just try? And even if I failed, I tried, and I will never have that regret because I know that I tried.
Okay, great. segue to our last question, and I have asked every panelist of this. And again, you were the inspiration for this, so thank you.
Mhm.
So, little payback. With respect to staying on task during projects, do you ever struggle with things like depression, anxiety, or procrastination? And if so, what helps you push past it?
The answer to your question is no. I never really go through. The only time that I would say if there's any sort of anxiety or frustration is if the drawing that I'm working on just isn't happening at that moment for me. I mean, it could happen if something happened to my computer too. It crashed or something like that. But with the actual drawing itself, it's usually when I just don't see it. I'm going through this drawing and I get frustrated. And that's when the best thing that I do, that I have to do, is I just simply have to walk away. I'm not going to, there's always going to be the professional in me where I'm not going to walk away, give up and quit and not come back to it. I just need to physically walk away and just do something else for a little bit. And then maybe I'll switch up. Maybe I was doing it all on the computer, and then I'll switch up, and then I'll just go downstairs and I can sit and watch TV, and then I'm just sketching there and just try to relax a little bit more, trying to make it through. But that only happens if there could be a lot of work. When I was in the studios and working on the production, sometimes there was an overwhelming amount of work that came in where, hey, dude, we're shipping this out by the end of the day. I need this by 5 o'clock. I need this turnaround and those 5 other characters. You're like, oh my God, how am I going to do this? You do it somehow. Again, you put on the professional hat, you make it work. But those are the times. But other than that, I'm not necessarily facing it because I'm always just working on what it is that I want to do, regardless whether I'm working on a studio something or I'm just doing my own thing. I'm always just I have this real mindset and mentality that even though I'm just 48 years old, in my mindset, I'm retired, that I'm going to guess what I'm working on today? I'm working on my school. That's what I wanted to do today. You know what I'm working on today? I'm working on that post that I wanted to post on Instagram or something. That's what I did today. And then you work on these things, and it's having that sort of mindset that sort of just makes every day be what it's going to be. It's about not, I was reading this thing, and it's about not where most people are spending half of their time, just only half of their time in the present moment, and half of their time in fear of the future. So half of your time is here, and half of your time is you're thinking about what's going to happen with this now that I'm done with it. What's going to go on with this? What's going to this? And all these sort of things, as opposed to, listen, you're working on this right now. I'm doing this interview with you right now. You're doing this interview with me. We're not doing anything else. There's no need for me to have that pressure or anxiety or anything else. I know that I got that other stuff that I need to get done today, but I've written that down. It's on my list, and I know I'm going to get to it. And again, it's about finding that balance. And I think that's very important. Find that balance. Allow yourself just to have time. If you don't post on social media one day, don't do it. Don't worry about it. Don't stress out. That's where people get overwhelmed. People get real overwhelmed in these times when it is really, I'm doing it right now, just offering a challenge for people to do. I'm not saying you have to do this challenge every day. If you don't do this challenge, so what? You don't do the challenge. Don't put that pressure on yourself. It's there as a tool, like Inktober and everything. It's there as a tool. You want to do that challenge every day, do it. But if you're giving yourself anxiety and stress over it, don't do it, because no one's going to remember. You're the one who's going to suffer. Your health is going to suffer, but no one's going to remember that. Oh my God, Tony didn't post yesterday. Unbelievable. That's messed up. I'm going to stop following Tony now. It's not going to happen. And if it did, you don't want that person anyway, right? So
Yes.
That's what it comes down to.
Dude, brilliant. Stephen, thank you so much for your time, your energy, and all that you do. And again, for those who are just popping in maybe later to this, where can we find you? Tell us more about your school, what's happening, social media.
I think the best place is if you check out silverdrawingacademy.com. That'll tell you everything the Academy is about. You can reach me also. You can email me through there. You can find me on Instagram at Steven Silver 7 because someone with a PH, someone else had my name. So I had to put a 7, but it's Steven with a PH. And, really, I'm just kind of like on Instagram. I'm on Facebook. I'm on, but a lot of my energy now to find me and see what I'm doing and be a part of the community and be a part of these. I do once a month with the membership live drawing sessions. So every month, all the members get on Zoom and we all do live drawing and I walk them through guided exercises and it's a way for them to meet the other artists. And there's a lot of involvement there and just that's where you're gonna kind of like find me from now on. All my teaching, everything that I'm doing is there. I'm no longer on Schoolism anymore. I'm just moved everything onto this platform. So anything teaching wise is all on my silverdrawingacademy.com.
Coolness. Well, this has been Tony Ross for the 2D Animation Virtual Summit with Mr. Steven Silver. Thanks again, dude. And
thank you.
Signing off. Say bye.
Bye-bye.
Okie dokie. So, yeah. 10,001 apologies to Steven Silver because I'm like rushing through this. I'm going, why do those lower thirds look weird? It's like, holy crap, I misspelled Steven's name. So, yeah. Someone who was telling me that you have to fail. And you have to fail so you know what works and what doesn't work. So am I doing a summit right now? Yes. Am I already figuring out what's working and what doesn't work for the next summit? Yep. So one of them is having a better handle on social media. We'll see if we can do probably a grant or something next year because this is starting to, in order for this to get bigger, I can't do it by myself anymore because I'll do stupid things like, hey, let's misspell Steven. Meanwhile, so we're about to take lunch, and when we get back, we'll take a look at our last panelist of the day. We're doing a short day today. Take a look at Mr. Tanico. So Tanico's going to be up doing an interview after lunch, and that'll be today. Oh, and I will announce our winners after Tanika's presentation, but I am going to log off right now because the software mix is cut off at about 4 hours. So I'm going to redo a new one here. Before I do, I am doing a separate drawing because I think I'm going to try to get away with a squash and stretch on this bottle. If it'll work. Don't know if this is going to work or not. We'll see. And maybe this brings down a little bit. I'm going to fake this bottle for a second. And where are we? Go here. Mr. Select Tool, thank you. So I'm seeing if I, because this is basically the wine thief. He's just reaching down to grab this bottle. So I'm changing one of the drawings. Okay. I think that'll work. And then we'll take it back to the other drawing. There. Got a camera view. Got to adjust where it's happening there. Ah. Nope, too early. Fun times. So what if we went one drawing further there? Thank you. Two. And we'll bring it back there. So I'm basically calling, as Lou Hertz would say, I'm pulling something off the shelf. So I'm just going to be playing around with that. But again, this is me doing some final tweaks to a lesson plan that's on the boot camp. Playing around. So yeah, making this thing work, of course, in black and white before you try to add any color. But I'm rambling. So, what time is it currently? It is 1:46. So, in approximately 30 minutes, I'm going to go ahead and finish off the broadcast right now. In 30 minutes, there'll be a new link up, but you can get there simply by going to animationsummit.net. And you will see where our final video is going to be playing up. And like I said, we got a few things happening tomorrow. And if you haven't already, I would suggest, well, if you haven't already, we're going to be doing again the drawings at the end of today. So go to tonyteach.com/summit and you will see a little place to enter your email. And we're going to be giving away some software. Tomorrow, we're going to be, actually, we have our special guest where we have one of the people from Wacom is going to be visiting us. So I'll have even more gifts to give away tomorrow. So, but we're going to be giving away some Harmony licenses and Storyboard licenses today. So, all right. So this has been Tony Ross for the 2D Animation Virtual Summit. This has been the first half. We have one more interview coming up today in about 30 minutes or so. So just tune back in to animationsummit.net words, and you can actually see our last interview of the day. Greetings, salutations, and all that jazz. Pardon me, while we figure out a few technical issues. Mic check one. Okay. Thanks. I had an extra window open, so I was catching an echo on my end. You guys couldn't hear it, but I could. So I was like, ah. Alrighty. So, without any further ado, we do have some winners to announce, and I feel like this is like one of those reality TV shows, like, and we'll tell you later. But we do have yesterday winners to announce from yesterday as well as today. We're going to be announcing who has won a annual license to Harmony Premium, Toon Boom Harmony Premium, as well as who has earned an annual license to Toon Boom Storyboard Pro. So, coolness. All right. So I am getting ready to bring up probably one of my favorite, I want to say traditional, or more hand-drawn animators on YouTube. Bringing up Taniko's interview. And this will be the last interview for today. And we'll be back tomorrow, bright and shiny, pretty much at 10 o'clock because we have a lot of people. But tomorrow's going to be voiceover, as well as we're going to have some special guests, one of them from Wacom. And I believe, let's see. Yep. A couple of really cool people coming in tomorrow. So, all right. So I'm going to go ahead and start this video. Hey, this is Tony Ross for the 2D Animation Virtual Summit, and I am fortunate to be sitting with, in my opinion, one of the largest animation influencers, especially on YouTube, Mr. Taniko Panteja. I hope I'm saying that correct.
Pantoja.
Pantoja, damn it!
It's all good.
I got the first part right. It's like, okay, dude. I am a heavy respecter of your work and just seeing the stuff that you do. And for me, because almost everything I do is like cutout animation,
Like symbol-based animation?
yeah, like that's kind of like going, okay, like I always tell people it's like the Halloween skeletons, like little paper skeletons, like rigging things around.
Okay.
Yeah,
I get that.
so to see your work is just like, I feel like to sound, not to go totally fanboy, it's like looking at your animation sometimes, like isn't he dreamy? It's like because a lot of the other stuff looks really choppy. So I'm going to quit blabbing. Give us a little bit of your bio. Tell us what your deal is, man.
My name is Taniko, and I'm actually from the Philippines. I spent most of my life in Southeast Asia, so I'm not American. I actually just got my green card 2 weeks ago, so
oh wow,
I'm now a permanent resident in the United States. But I came after graduating from high school in Asia. I actually moved to Canada for a year for their art fundamentals program. I tried applying for their animation program beforehand, but I didn't get accepted. So when I was there at Sheridan doing art fundies or art fundamentals, I was also thinking about applying to Cal Arts. So I made a portfolio for Cal Arts, and I made a new portfolio for Sheridan's animation program, and I actually only got accepted to one of them. One of them rejected me, and the one that accepted me was Cal Arts. So I got rejected from Sheridan again. And I knew how expensive Cal Arts was, so I was really thinking about whether I should just appeal about my portfolio scores for Sheridan and try and get into their animation program, or actually, pursue Cal Arts. And my parents were really supportive of that. So another thing that I was thinking about Cal Arts was that every year a student made a film. And I think that really resonated with me because even before college, I actually liked making little cartoon shorts and Flash through Newgrounds. I don't know if do you remember Newgrounds? Well, it's still around.
I do remember Newgrounds, yes.
Yeah, so I'm a Newgrounds baby. That was where I spent a lot of my high school within the animation community online. It was just Newgrounds and a few forums with emo high school kids. So I was at, I came from the Newgrounds background, but the reason why I chose Cal Arts was because they did a student film every year. And at Sheridan, they only did a student film in their third year, which is a group film. And their senior year was their own film. But at Cal Arts, they did it every year. And it was a very weird transitional period for Cal Arts because that was a time when they were transitioning from paper test looking films or just pencil test looking films towards really finished and polished looking films with full color and compositing. That was our generation. It was that weird transition where the faculty was trying to determine what is considered a finished film for the school year. So, I was at Cal Arts for that time. And after Cal Arts, after graduating, I started my first full-time job at DreamWorks Animation as a story trainee. Eventually, I had moved to TV because that was when DreamWorks Feature let go 500 employees. They shut down DreamWorks PDI. And they told me, hey, you might be let go, you might not be let go, but just to keep it safe, you have, people, there's a crew at TV that wants you. So I said, okay, I might just move to TV. And they said, okay, we're officially letting you go from feature, and now you're starting at TV. So I was there for half a year-ish, but then I had to fly back because my visa ran out. At that time, I was still under a student visa, and I couldn't get the work visa. I just didn't make the cut. And it's lottery based for that. It's not really like, that's another visa that I'll talk about, but I didn't make the lottery or the cut for that. So I had to fly back for another half a year. I applied for another visa, which is based on my merit, testimonials from people that I worked with. And ever since then, I came back to DreamWorks, then left DreamWorks again, did some stuff for much smaller studios. And after that, I was also teaching on the side at CVA. And then I came back to DreamWorks. So I would say I was let go from DreamWorks 4 times and then came back 4 times. So that was my fourth time coming back, and I think I was brought onto there for Dragons 3, for specifically for that. But then I stayed until a few more projects. So that involved Kipo. I was doing some animation tests for Kipo. I worked on The Croods 2, and I did some small work on Abominable, which was called Everest back then. And then by 2019, the start of 2019, I decided to move to Netflix. I actually got an offer from Netflix like many months prior, but I was really happy with where I was at with the film I was on. But then the reason why I moved was DreamWorks was going to put me on gap time or dream time. And what that is that you're technically not on a project, but you are loaned out to several different projects. And I didn't really want to do that anymore because I was on that one time and it lasted for more than 2 months and you just didn't really feel like you belonged in a project.
Right.
So that's kind of why I moved to Netflix, because I knew that I was going to be on a project for a while. So yeah, ever since then I've been at Netflix Animation. And right now I've been just like doing my own stuff on the side as usual. That's nothing new, but I've been also trying to develop my own stuff. And we'll see where that goes.
Very cool. I am, talk about inspired, and you're making me throw a question to you that I haven't sent you ahead of time. That's a lot of, dude, nope, you're not getting in. Nope, you're not getting in. Oh yeah, we're going to let you go. At any point, did you ever just go, you know what? Maybe this isn't for me. I'm just going to do something else.
I feel, okay, so there's a lot of thoughts running through my head right now. Because at Cal Arts, I kind of had that thought. There were times where I just wanted to drop out of school and go back home because, I feel like I could go through all the 4 years and get that degree if I could, if I had that money. But it was more about like how I felt being at Cal Arts too. At Cal Arts, there's some of the most talented people in that school, and it's like when you're in a community where people are so good and there's like internships coming in left and right. I would always apply for a lot of internships and I would always get rejected, while my friends would actually get accepted that internship. So it felt like I had to always constantly work harder no matter what. Like, I work pretty hard for every year. And then when it doesn't really pay off to the goal that I want to, then I easily get demotivated and really hard on myself. And it didn't really help coming back to the next year where all my friends who did do that internship, learned so much and I felt so behind them. And every time I, showed them stuff for feedback, it was kind of this condescending thing that they had on me where it's like, oh, well, at Disney, I learned that you shouldn't do it like that. And it was just like, oh, good God.
Oh, wow.
So it really drove me nuts. And then, when I was actually doing pretty decent, like I felt like I improved on my own and throughout the school year. And then those kids will say like, I think you're now ready for the internship. And it's just like, good God. Like, I mean, you don't have to keep rubbing it in. But I never got accepted to those internships in the later years too. It just didn't work out. But I mean, it paid off towards near the end of school because like, I think by my third year after, after getting all those rejections, I actually got a job offer from Blizzard Entertainment for their cinematic story team. But I couldn't take it because of the visa. I have to graduate so I can get that work visa or qualify for it. But truth to be told, and when I think about it, in the heart, I actually wanted to do the fourth year of school because I kind of really love making short films or projects like that. so I really used that time to just work on another short film, and it did pay off because it did get nominated for the Annie Awards for Best Student Short. I didn't win, but it was great to put in my documents like of achievements for further visa application.
Sweet. Um, Curious because you definitely, because of your background and everything, would you say that your artistic influences are more classic or contemporary?
That's a really good question. I think when I was in um, high school, it was a lot more contemporary. And when I mention contemporary, I would say um, 90s or post 90s anime. That was what I grew up with a lot. And then the mid 2000s anime for sure. And then I went to school, and I think my inspirations got a bit more classical, or I look back to the stuff way before the 80s and way before the 70s. So like Milt Kahl, Ollie Johnston, Frank Thomas, Nine Old Men stuff. And then I was also looking at Soviet era animation of from Russia. Um, because because during that time of school, I really wanted to get that 2D animation Disney 2D animation internship. So I was studying all the classical stuff, and a lot of my teachers came from that classical animation background. But then nowadays, I think after graduating, and I'm pretty sure you can see this like in my work, and if I were to like put my old work after graduating and in my new work side by side, I kind of came back to contemporary stuff. But I've also looked at other things like comics that are maybe from the 60s. But I feel like, yeah, my stuff has become a lot more uh, contemporary because I feel like it brings me back to a time that really made me want to go into animation. And the thing about like actually getting all these inspirations and influences, you kind of start to build opinions. Some like opinions like, oh, okay, this guy wasn't that great, or this guy was a phase, or this person, I now appreciate them a lot better now than I did before. And
Okay.
you start to really gain an opinion when you have a lot of different influences. Um, I feel like for me, I don't necessarily have really strong or bad opinions. It's more like, yeah, I can stand my ground when I say I like this and I like that. But definitely, I've become a bit more contemporary nowadays.
Cool. I think I like where you're talking about definitely getting opinionated. I think early in my career, and don't get me wrong, I don't do production. I'm mainly a trainer. But I remember when things like Beavis and Butthead first came out, and I remember going, they're going to ruin the way animation looks. They're going to think this is the standard. No, you can't be out there like that. So it's like I love the idea of especially where animation is going now. I'm still very old school with my influences. Like I love UPA,
Okay,
but
good old
yeah,
UPA.
yeah. I was like this. I didn't know I liked them until someone pointed out, "Hey, your work looks like this," and I was like, "What?" Let me look that up. Um,
Right.
so here's a question for you. What 2D animation needs is a lot more blank. What's in that blank?
Oof, there's a lot I can say on that actually. There's so much. I have a lot. Again, I have a lot of strong opinions about 2D animation. I think one of them, which I think for 2D animation is, I think it's getting there. Is definitely a lot more experimentation and a lot more of the diversity and mixing up of different inspirations and genre. Well, yeah, inspirations and styles. Like you can see this in like a lot of the independent 2D animation stuff where it feels like anime, but it's got the sensibilities of classical animation or the Disney Renaissance. It's
Okay.
weird. I feel like for when I talk about classical, I always talk about the Nine Old Men. So anything that falls into that Disney Nine Old Men stuff to me is classical. But I'm sure like when I say classical, people will think about MGM days or maybe even the old Looney Tunes days. So I'll just say, like, for me, my definition of classical is the Nine Old Men, 12 Principles of Animation classical stuff.
Okay.
I mean, I would say I would like a bit more, experimentation with that too. Anime did a pretty good job of, playing around with breaking those rules too, which I think is much needed in this 2D animation world, to be honest. I like it when people try to break rules and make things work no matter how. That just makes someone a really good problem solver. The second thing being that I wish like there was just more accessible information for 2D animation. And I think the animation survival kit book is really, really good. But the thing about that is the title of the book does make sense. It is a survival kit. There are times where I feel stuck and I'm like, oh, I'm going to die in this animation. What do I do? Don't worry. You have the survival kit. Here's how you do a gate. I'm like, okay, it's there. So it's a great book. But I feel like I want to know more about the process of what anime is like. How do they see the timing charts? How do they work with exposure sheets? I feel like all that information, or even general 2D animation education, should be a bit more universal and a lot more diverse too. So, how you said that you do symbol-based animation?
Yeah.
I would love to learn more about the philosophies or the actual process behind rigging or puppet-based animation, because that is in its own world that does require a different mindset too.
Coolness. I am, I think the funny thing is, I'm sitting up here going, yes, I am trying to learn the other stuff, but at the same time, I look at people like you. It feels weird to call him anything other than Master Tony White. So it's like, I really hate sometimes, because again, I don't work in production, but I do a tutorial or a training or something like that, and I always feel like I'm trying to. Especially years ago, I kind of shied away from it, but I would show Tony White something that I'd worked on. It's like, can you look at this, sir? And it's like, and he's like, that's a nice multiplane, but what did you think about the character? The line is good. It was one of those things of like, he wasn't telling me like in his own polite way as going, your animation sucks, Tony. Good grief, work on it. So
yeah, you know what? That is something that I've also noticed in Discord servers I join into. Some when people post their animations work behind, it doesn't feel like they have a thought or an intention behind it.
Okay.
So they'll do some character test, and then it feels like there's zero character acting and all that. And you're gonna ask, okay, what's this character feeling? They'll say something like, oh, I don't know, I just wanted to do this cool action scene or this cool character action thing, and it's just there just to do cool things without having any real thought process behind it.
Ooh, okay.
And this is something that I've noticed when students sometimes send me portfolios, and it'll have this weird format. It'll have let's say a gray background in every single page, and then all the characters are colored, and I'll ask, okay, why do you have this gray background in every piece? And they'll say, oh, I don't know, it just looks professional. And it's just nah, it's gotta work, you gotta have a reason why it's gray. And when I'm looking at this, it doesn't really say much. It doesn't really present your work the best way. So you really have to think about every decision you make and why you're doing it. And this also leads to my second point, which is that I think people tend to follow rules blindly without actually thinking about it.
Okay.
So they'll spout out, oh, if you want to learn how to draw the head, follow the Loomis method of drawing the head. Or, oh, if you want to learn more about the 12 principles of animation, read Animation Survival Kit. Gotta master those 12 principles. Those 12 principles of animation, which, by the way, everyone gets those mixed up all the time. Like when they're trying to, prove how smart they are and say, "Oh, appeal is this." I'm like, "No, it's not. You clearly don't know what you're talking about." And it's just them like blindly following text, and just saying it without actually having like the execution to back it up. So sometimes like I actually respect students or people more if they do something without trying to follow some rules, but they're pretty decisive in their choices. Like they'll say, "Oh, I'll do this because I was trying to solve this problem and I didn't really know how to do that, so I feel like I did it this way just to solve that." And that would be perfect for me. I think that's much better than someone going, "Oh, because arts make it like this."
Brilliant. I love that.
Yeah, there's something that I talk about with my friends and coworkers. One of them, who my friends and we look up to him because he used to be Disney Renaissance animator, and his work has that vibe. And to me, it's like pinnacle. But which surprised many of us was that he was very outspoken about how much he felt that animation needed to be more than this. It could be limited, it could be choppy, it didn't need to be fluid. It could just be something that's fun. It could be a statement. And he was saying that things like the 12 principles of animation are so overrated that people tend to, it becomes, I don't know if incestuous is the right word for it. Like people are just relaying the same thing over and over again.
Right. Like I've seen that there's a meme that actually has an old picture of Charlton Heston as Moses, and he has the illusion of life on one hand, and he has the animator survival kit on the other hand. And I know I've used the meme, but it's like, yes, these are the laws. It's almost like music and learning your scales and rudiments. But you're the second panelist who's kind of talked about that. Hey, don't get locked down in those. They're important, but there is more.
I think it's important to know the rules and understand them, but I think it's also way more important to problem solve too, because things like the 12 principles of animation. Let's say you have to. I'm going to bring up UPA as an example here, which uses more limited ways to portray a certain emotion or action. There is some 12 principles of animation mojo there, but they had to deal with other things like graphic design or really strong poses and silhouettes to really sell those character emotions. And it didn't need to be fully animated. Like it could just be like one single drawing that snaps to the next drawing, and that sells the information really well. And the thing I really love about anime is like how they problem solve while dealing with only a few drawings. It's really not just about like how well everything moves in the 12 principles, like arcs and all this stuff. It's about the feeling too. Like the way that some anime sells weight and impact would be something I would never do if I just followed the 12 principles of animation. And it's more about the feeling you get out of it and how to sell that feeling, which I feel like I would love to encourage that chain of thought when it comes to 2D animation.
Sweet. Let me ask you this. If you could snap your fingers and suddenly be working on or directing on your dream animation project, what is that, and does that dream change?
I don't think it changes because when I think about it, I would love to go back and keep working on my own stuff. Dream projects, I have a few dream projects I'd love to do, such as doing a feature film. I have an idea for that, or doing a show. I would say, several ideas for a show or a mini series. I'm starting to fall in love with the mini series format. Ever since I worked on the Tonko House, the Dam Keeper poems, like the format of mini series has really, resonated with me.
Mm-hmm.
It's like being able to tell a story of sort of a feature, but spread out into these little vignettes. But I would say I don't think it changes, but I do think things tend to, I feel like I have to consolidate those ideas into into like smaller projects, or I would say doable projects, because there's just a lot of things I want to do, but it's all about how do I get what's best from this project and what's best from this project and maybe merge them together. I don't, it's more about the priorities that change, but the dream is still there.
Okay. This one is going to be a banking question, or banking question, money question. So, not even for 25K would I draw or animate blank. What's in the blank, if anything?
That's a really, it's a really weird question, because I mean, not saying that you asked a weird question. It's more like it's because there's a lot of things that can go about that too. Because sometimes
I do want to throw one thing in though, and I forgot to mention this. The amount, it's not like somebody said, "Oh, do me a 30-minute short." Whatever.
Yeah.
The amount is actually, it's reasonable. And matter of fact, let's say that it's actually quite generous for what they're asking.
Okay. Yeah. Like in terms of the subject matter.
Possibly.
I don't know, man. I never really thought about it too much. I mean, I'm not really good with. I'm very careful with doing anything political.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a very touchy subject too. I mean, I usually go for projects that I feel resonate with me. I do have some strong views on politics, but I think it's a very hard one. It's hard. I don't know if I would want to do anything with like any hidden agendas too.
Okay.
Like anything that has propaganda or anything like that. Because again, it can get quite messy there. But usually, yeah, 25K for, let's say, a generous amount of work that isn't crunch timey or anything, I usually would pick it up. But I think I'm glad that you asked this question, because when I think about it, sometimes it isn't really about the money too. Sometimes I just want to, I really have to think, do I want to, I will get the money doing this thing, but will I be happy doing this project for someone else? For me, it's more like, I can sustain myself. If I just had the time, I would rather work on my own stuff, because I feel like that is something that represents me. That's something that I can stand by with. And it's something that I can eventually build that into some form of opportunity or career out of my personal thing. So I would enjoy doing that more than someone else's thing. And then maybe that might lead to monetary income. Who knows?
Coolness. I'm liking that. Everybody always talks about the book that changed their life or had a profound effect on them. What animation did that for you?
Oh man. I guess it changed every time. When I got into animation or wanted to really delve into the animation as a career, so this was around high school, I was still making like little cartoons on the side, but I didn't really think about going into animation until like my 11th grade as a thing to study. I mean, from then I was studying things like Don Bluth, and I was studying anime. And then eventually when I moved to Cal Arts, I was looking into Milk Call and the Nine Old Men. And then eventually I was looking at Go Blonde films, because those were people who were really pushing the medium. Those were students pushing the medium of animation. And they were doing work that were way much better than a lot of major studios out there. And I think they still are doing some really good stuff. So every year they always release some jaw-dropping inspirational film.
Agreed.
Yeah, so it's crazy. I think for like, and I'm just like trying to look at my book collections. Books that changed my life. Nancy Beeman's storyboarding book really made me think about how to present story in the most efficient and clearest way. So that book is called Prepare to Board. There's I mean the animation survival kit was a wow, this is an amazing book to me, because again, if you read that book, there's a lot of like things like charts and exposure sheets, mathematical stuff that's just like, good God, I don't want to read this algebra book. Get this out of here. Rulers, whoa. So I mean, that's a book that I started appreciating over time. I would study those books and go, I guess I know it now. Okay, this makes sense. Okay, yeah, that works. But now I start to really appreciate that book even more, because there'll be times when I'm animating something and I'll fall into, I'll get lost in the work and I'll be like, oh, what do I do? Oh, what are the odds? And then there'll be the animation survival kit book. No worries. It's like, oh, it has my answers there. Okay, that's how. Okay, I can do that again. So that's a book I tend to really appreciate a lot more. There's another book called Eric Goldberg.
Yes.
The character animation book. I can't remember what it's called.
It's like the crash course.
Yes,
animation
crash course.
Character animation crash course.
The thing I love about that book is that it's just so easy to understand.
Yes.
And it's very clear, like on the get-go. The thing with Richard Williams' book is that it's really technical, which is, it's really important to know. But with Eric Goldberg, it's more about the sensibility of appeal, and things like, oh, how do we make this drawing stronger? And, how are things that we do this quickly? So it's like a quick tips and hacks book. Which I feel like is a sort of like format that a lot of people tend to appreciate more, because it's just so fast and quick and easy to get.
Right.
Whereas if you were to read, like a Richard Williams book, he'll show it still, which is really good. But there's a lot of text saying, so one time I was in the office with no call, and I'm like, okay. And he's going to talk about all his chart stuff through text. But then like with the Eric Goldberg book, there is some of that, but it's more about like, okay, here's how I problem solve things.
Coolness. There's to kind of talk about the earlier thing we were talking about you learning about symbol or cutout. One of the other panelists in one of my new fanboy crushes, Ollie Putland, who's an incredible animator. His background is doing stop motion. Then he's now doing 2D stuff. So he literally animates straight ahead, and I'm like, oh my god, I hate you so much right now, because it's freaking beautiful. So it's like he's built these little puppets. Anyway, I say all that to say, there's on the Toon Boom side of things, and I say this not just because they're one of our sponsors. I love the company, but on the Toon Boom side of things, there's only one other book, and it was written years ago by Adam Phillips. And so Ollie put together this thing like on Patreon, and he just keeps adding to it. So it's like, it's still in digital format, and it's that simple format. And again, it's like, I was telling him, it's so beautiful that I can't stand him. It's like, it's because it's not very wordy. He's got little characters and everything like that. So yeah, definitely check that out. It's like OLI on his Patreon, but it's like, as far as books, I would dare say it's right up there with those. It's almost like where I was always saying, where is the classic Preston Blair? Where's that thin book for current times? And
the Preston Blair books are really good too. I really like those books.
Coolness. All right, I have one last question for you, and this is a question I have asked of every panelist. With respect to staying on task during projects, do you ever struggle with things like depression or anxiety or even procrastination? And if so, what are your tips for pushing through that?
So this is something that I've been facing recently and has led to a lot of art blocks too. One of the reasons why I haven't been really active as of late was because I've been sort of taking a break from just personal projects in general. I still work in animation, but I've been kind of slowing down on, my personal brand and things like that. But I feel like for me, what causes that anxiety, the depression, and ego addiction is the whole social media. With social media, it's so easy to get swayed. Like something cool happens, you want to try and do something like that. Some other cool thing happens, you want to do something like that. People like people tend to get more. You get favored over, or these people favor other people more than you. So it's just like weird ego battle that, I'll say like, oh, I'm not very egotistical, I'm very cool, but deep down, like there is a part of me that falls into that trap. Um, and it is the whole social media platform too. Like it does affect your mentality too. So I've been trying to, distance myself from a lot of social media because it's so easy for me to really lose track of what I personally want to do, and it's really finding about what makes me happy rather than doing something that by doing this, will people love me, or will people, like me and respect me? And that was a question that I sometimes ask a lot because um, a part of me wants to just do whatever I want to do, which I think is way more important than trying to please some random person online or your friends. It's a good feeling to make someone laugh or to make them really enjoy something, but I think that deep down, when I tend to really appreciate that feeling where I finished something because I wanted to do it, and it's something that I can stand behind with. It might not be perfect, but it's something that I did on my own. But in terms of like how to deal with things like that, this is something I say in almost every interview because it's a question that is commonly asked, which is, you should probably, take a break. For me, I would do therapy because it's not something that's always animation related. It could be something that's really internal. It could be something that comes from way back. There's probably another reason why you're feeling that way. The thing with therapy is, a lot of people, even some of my friends back home, every time I tell them, hey, I'm doing therapy, they'll be like, oh no, are you okay? Oh, are you suicidal? I'm like, no, dude. It's just that I have all these really complex thoughts, and it is hindering my work, and I really need to talk through it. And I feel like therapy should be normalized for sure. And I feel like everyone should do it because there's a lot of weird things where people are kind of afraid to talk about their feelings and emotions. I think that is really important because it helps you figure out, okay, what is the problem? What is the source of the problem? And knowing that, you can start developing ways to either prevent it or strengthen it. Meaning that work improving yourself to a better human being that can allow you to work better. That's to me like the strong tip that I could say. The other tips are more like production tips, like, oh, use the tomato timer method. Time yourself for like
Yes.
25 minutes straight, and then take a 5-minute break, and then 25 minutes straight, and then try and keep that workflow, keep discipline, and see how much work you get done. Make a deadline for yourself. So you plan to finish a project during this date, and try your best to work towards that, and just keep moving forward. There's a lot of production tips like that too. But I do think that there is, even with that, there is something that will also put you to halt and not want to do it at all. So definitely, people should seek mental and emotional health.
Coolness. You said there. I was afraid you said ego addiction, and I was just like, ugh. I'm not sure if I ever actually heard it worded that way before. It was just like that kind of hit close to home, especially with I always argue that social media it's a heck of a drug, and I think
Yeah.
for me, Facebook is probably the worst because it's like, and I always feel like you post something like, did somebody like it yet? What about now? Now? Did anyone like that? Anyone comment? It's like, and it's so It's like it's
Yeah,
necessary evil, kind of.
like I mean, honestly, like I've been having a much better time. I've actually limited my usage of social media by a lot,
Hmm.
and I feel, a lot better. I try and just like, I mean, the best thing you can do is just work and not even open like Twitter or social media stuff, because like you said, it is a drug. Because there were times where I would post something, I would get so much good feedback, so many likes, and okay, I want that some more, and I'll do it, I'll get that, and then it phases out, and you're hungry for more.
Right.
And when I think about it, because I haven't posted in a while, I do want to make more art just to post. It's something that I thought that I would have never fallen into that trap, but suddenly it crept up, and it did.
Yeah, it's that the what is it? Good grief, the gamification of everything, and it's I think to me as paranoid as a parent, as my wife refers to me as a paranoid anarchist. I think 10 or 20 years from now, when they look back on this, they're going to talk about the great government experiment of social media, because we had television, quote unquote, as comedians have talked about it. It's literally called television programming. Television is programming you to think a certain way. So once that started fading out, all of a sudden here comes social media. That's programming you in a totally different way. That's off the charts. So it's an
Yeah,
interesting thing.
I don't know if you saw the documentary, the Social Dilemma on Netflix.
I'm trying not to watch it. I've heard about it, but it's like I know I've got to
Yeah.
watch it, but I don't want to watch
So
it.
it's not only like relaying information, but it's also sometimes relaying information you want to hear. So,
Yeah.
the people, like there are people who are like strong flat earth believers, and you're like, no, what? There's actually a science behind it. What are you talking about? Go search it online. But whatever they're searching online is not exactly what we're getting, right? So how the these tech companies work is that they gather every information, like how long you read something, how long you're looking at something, and if you tend to look at flat earth stuff more, the front page stuff is going to bombard you with like flat earth is real stuff. So it kind of caters whatever information you get. And that's why like there's a lot of like toxic beliefs online, like on Twitter and stuff. There's the whole CalArts style debate going on.
Right.
Well, like they'll say, oh, CalArts style looks like bean head shaped cartoons, like Steven Universe and all that. Which it's weird because like maybe 10 years ago, when John Cristofalusi, when he used to post on his blog spot, he would always rant about the CalArts style being very close to the Don Bluth style or the Milt Kahl style, which is like really different from what people think of it now.
Right.
So I think it is just like information people want to hear. I don't know if why that is. Maybe it's like they want to find reasons to not like CalArts. That's I actually have a friend that admitted that, like, I just wanted, like, it's not fair that you got to go to CalArts, and of course they'll find information for why CalArts sucks, or the CalArts style, why it's the worst thing, and why it should be ridiculed. So it just led to a lot. It just leads to a lot of like misinformation and just things that people want to hear for some reason.
Interesting. Yeah, I definitely got to go check that out.
Yeah, I mean, if for me, like, since I wanted to limit my use of the internet, or social media, I would say, it's been pretty good.
Okay. All right. This has been Tony Ross for the 2D Animation Virtual Summit. And I've been hanging out with Taniko. Dude, thank you so much. I really appreciate you working through your schedule and making this happen. Like I said, I really wanted to talk to you because, again, I look at you as one of, as far as there are a few of us that are out there. It's like there are a couple of people like that are up and coming, but uh, one, your work, and then the fact that you're not just putting the work out there. You're going, here are my thoughts on this. It's like, dude, I got to have him on the summit. So thank you so much for joining us.
For sure. Thanks for having me.
Definitely. All right, I'm going to be signing off now.
All right.
All right, have a good one.
Have a good one. Bye.
Greetings. Okay, so I am back, and again, we're doing today's a little bit shorter, but as promised, I am going to announce a few things here. And one of those, if you are interested, we're going to be sending out emails, as well as we're going to be hopefully making the official announcement tomorrow that I'm releasing a Toon Boom 21-day boot camp, a Toon Boom Harmony 21-day boot camp. There's one that's probably for premium, and there's a separate one for if you're playing around with Harmony Essentials or something like that. But they're going to be releasing next week. And if you want to grab the pre-sale, it's just going to be $21. It's a 21-day boot camp, taking you from very simple animated projects in the very beginning all the way to a fully rigged character by the end. So definitely going to be playing around with that. Shorter, but today was awesome. Dude, thank you. Thank you. We're going to be making up for the shortness of today with tomorrow. There's a lot going on. And I believe Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, because I don't like the idea of cutting the lectures, because I could go, no, this has to go at 4. I'm like, by whose rules? So it's probably going to be a little bit longer. Wednesday's schedule has already been posted. We're going to be updating Thursdays and Fridays schedules. So they're probably going to go a little bit longer just to make sure we can get everyone's interviews there in their entirety. Got some really cool info coming in. But yeah. So, sponsor time. As promised, I figured some things out. Going to be sharing with you guys in a second here. We're going to announce our winners. And let me think. Where are we going to? Okay. Announce our Harmony winners first. Okay, today's Harmony winners are Marianne Camille Bassa. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. And Natalie Janae Fostic. So we shot out emails. You have won an annual Toon Boom Harmony Premium license. So you do need to get back to us, hopefully in the next 48 hours, so we don't have to toss those back in and redraw again. So again, that's Marianne Camille Bassa and Natalie Janae Fostic. So those are our Harmony Premium winners. And let's see who's actually... I'm saying it like I don't know. Hold on. And I'll pull up our Storyboard Pro winners. Our Storyboard Pro winners are Romaine Lamy, maybe Lammy, and Ryan McDonald. And again, we've sent out emails, so hopefully we'll get a response within the next 48 hours. Otherwise, we'll just toss those back in the pot and try again tomorrow. So, quick shout out to our sponsor, Toon Boom, which, not just because of our sponsor, I've actually been using Toon Boom for, good grief, well over 10 years, and use a lot of their products. I do training for them, and I love the software. And yeah, not saying that just because they're a sponsor. I was bragging on Toon Boom last year and they weren't a sponsor, so it's like, love you guys. Anyway, so yeah, Storyboard Pro winners, that's Romaine Lamy and Ryan McDonald, and our Harmony Premium winners, Marianne Camille Bassa and Natalie Janae Fostic. So, and if you have not done so already, how are we picking these names? You would basically simply sign up for the summit, and this is also, we haven't sent one out yet, and this is part of the issue I was talking about earlier. when you're trying to do something, you try to do the best you can, and you cannot be afraid of failing or messing up, because that's how you learn. That's how you make things better. So one of the things I learned this year, I think we did a much better job with social media and emails. I think we did a better job with that last year. Though this summit is bigger. It's like I think that was our one major failing as far as getting the word out. So we are making notes. We, me, myself, and I are making notes that me, myself, and I will be having people to help me next year. So if we try to do it, how do we make it bigger, and how do we make it even better than this year? And that's one of the things. Anyway, I'm rambling. If you check out tonyteach.com/summit, you can go there, and if you haven't already, insert your email. That's where we're going to keep all the information. That's where we'll be sending out. The question keeps popping up. Hey, I missed this part earlier. Is it going to be somewhere online as a replay? Yes, there is going to be a playlist. There is a playlist. There will be a playlist of the actual summit, the way that it's run right now with me rambling and talking about all this craziness. There will be a separate playlist. Both of these will be on YouTube. And the separate playlist will just have the uninterrupted interviews going back to back and placed in the same order that they were for during the summit. So those will be popping up exactly on Monday. Where you can go right now to catch any of these things, it's on my Tony Teach channel or on YouTube. But yeah, animationsummit.net should get you to any of the videos. And yeah, we'll just keep on adding from there. So, meanwhile, this has been Tony Ross for the 2D Animation Virtual Summit. Thank you all for hanging out with us. Be sure to hang out tomorrow, because we've not only got Toon Boom stuff to give away tomorrow, but we'll be doing some drawings for some presents from Wacom. And again, they're not magnets or t-shirts. So, yeah. By the way, do you have to actually be here to claim a prize? Nope. You do have to at least put your email in. And then when we email you back, this is not a Nigerian prince trying to get your checkbook information. We're just going to go, hey, you won this. Is this your email and your name? Because that's what we got to forward to the correct people. All right. So, again, this is Tony Ross for the 2D Animation Virtual Summit, signing off. Have a good one.